The following presentation of the Eric Johnson Space Administration was filmed in front of a live chat internet studio audience at Eric Johnson Space Administration Studios in Plymouth, Massachusetts. Please stand by for the event. This is where we'd have like this super cool jingle if I had one. This is where I'd put my super cool jingle if I had one. Hey, what's up? How you doing? What's going on, YouTube? How you doing? We got an acquisition of signal over there. How's the audio coming in? Are we good? You can make one. Stand by. I mean, that wasn't really an ask, but I don't know. Music. What is the best musician around? What about the crappy guitar player? What crappy guitar playing? They said he played the guitar bad. All right, so we got part 5 today. Let's try to hang that external tank from, let's try to hang the ET from the SRBs. We got to figure out a better way to do it. I said I needed to go at it with a little bit of a clearer mind, so let's do it. You need a call line intro like NASA. Yeah. Are you ready for the event? Any updates on why Spectrum scrubbed out yesterday? Yes, there is. So they had a boat in the range. They reset the T0, and the T0 ended up being outside of their range window. They couldn't reset the count in time, but it looks like they went through. They went through all the way down to T-minus 3 seconds and auto aborted. That is, dude. That's actually good. That gets you some practice for launching the rocket. It gets you another attempt, so to speak, minus the whole flight part. To consider it a wet dress rehearsal. I mean, I don't think ESAR will call it that because commercial companies, they don't want to, they want to be like, oh, just kidding, we were actually doing this. It's good to run out the clock like that to get some practice. That's normal. That is standard operating procedure. SpaceX has done that many times. Honestly, that's probably what I would have done. But yeah, I'm still... no word on the next attempt. Guys, I'm still kind of... because when they did do this attempt, somebody forgot to turn the deluge systems off, and they drenched the bottom of the rocket. That's not good. Yeah, you basically submerged the bottom of the rocket for a second. Yeah. Well, actually, it wasn't the deluge. It was a sound suppressor. The sound suppressor turned on like the vehicle had launched. And usually what they do is they spray water over the pad after the vehicle's gone. They don't do it when the thing is sitting there. Once again, I think ESAR kind of shot themselves in the foot a little bit because, yeah, that's you don't want to submerge the bottom of the vehicle. I don't think I need to say why that's bad for it, but it's bad for it. It's not great. Which, hey, whatever, dude. Whatever. The rocket is fine. It's more or less intact. Give it a good inspection and then try again in a couple weeks. Honestly, that's the right call. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like it's not. But yeah, a boat in the range absolutely screwed them. Yeah, that sucks. You don't want that. That's not great. It probably wasn't a forgot to turn it off. These things have to activate several seconds ahead of time. I'd be very curious as to why it went off, especially if they declared a wet dress rehearsal attempt. And I'm not 100% sure why, if, they purposefully targeted T0 outside of the window, why you wouldn't figure that out. I mean, the flip side of that is that it could be just teething problems. Building out the skills to launch rockets regularly, or even at all, is something that does take time. It takes time to hone it in. I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt that this is just teething problems because it's their second launch ever. If this was their 100th launch and they were doing stuff like this, I would be like, yo, something's wrong. Something ain't right here. Hey! Somebody gifted a sub to... That's a terrible name. All right. That's awful. Yeah, that's all right. All All right. So let's pick up where we last left off. Let me get the tunage up and running. Let me make sure that I turn the filter back on for the microphone. We did. All right. This is what we want here. That's what we want there. I'm gonna ignore that one. Yeah, that's probably for the best. Yes, I think that would be best. Did you get it working last night? Yes and no. This is... They just had a wetter dress rehearsal. Yeah. I'm gonna go get some water real quick. Yeah. I did not get this working how I wanted to, but we'll work on that now. All right. Dude, hold on. I'm sweating like crazy from jamming on the guitar. It's because I'm fat and out of shape. Give me a second. I gotta just dry off here. Yeah. Much better. I have a towel over there. How does my hair look? Does it look good? No? All right, cool, sweet. Gup work? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Hey, Dan, what's going on? Why is it always a wayward boat? I don't know. I don't think it's that, Coltec, yeah. A new NASA video. I'll save that one for Space News. We'll check it out. Hair looks better than Jack's does? Well, thank you. I have a little bit more than him. Not much. But, you know, it's filling back in a little bit. Maybe. No. It's there. It exists. You know, that's good. It's there. There's some of it. Cool. All right, excellent. Let's roll. Oh, man, you need a comb over? No. We're good. We just got to fan. You just got to fan it out. Then it looks fine. Right? What do you mean, no? What do you mean, no? It looks fine. Just use shoe polish. That's a good idea. Or just, you know, spray paint some brown spray paint up there. That'd be great. Holy nightmare fuel. I got more hair than you, Max. Just saying. Your hair has migrated here. Mine is still up there. It's being stubborn. Oh, boy. Hey, now. You're an all-star. All right. Where were we at with ET integration last night? We were, Oh, yeah. That's right. Here. Let me bring up what happened. It wasn't great. Here, let's take a look. So what I tried to do at the very end was I tried to get this all working correctly by putting the by strutting the ET and everything with the Kerbal construction, and it seemed to, you know, be okay running the SRB struts like that. Everything seems to be going fine here until that. Yeah, then stuff kind of didn't go well. Yeah, it didn't go well after that. Hey, but Thomas survived. The aft dome of the external tank saved him. Yeah, so there's something here we need to figure out with Kerbal construction. There's something here we need to figure out, you know, with hierarchy, how the whole vehicle goes together, fitting all the puzzle pieces together, right? Because clearly I don't know why my stack, the shuttle stack, is doing a twang maneuver without the shuttle attached. That's probably not a good thing. Yeah, it shouldn't be doing that. Yeah, it shouldn't be doing that. Yeah. Gonna need to figure out a way to put these struts together without the vehicle doing that. Now, the quick and dirty solution here would be to have these struts right here. Have these struts stay in place while we run the struts for the rest of the stack. The problem is that, well, with this pad, guys, what I'm trying to do is build a shuttle stack outside of the VAB. The reason why I'm trying to do that is so I can reuse my space shuttles. I have a shuttle, and that's its stack right there. It's, you know, we're missing an important piece here, that part on the side. That whole, you know, orbiter thing. I want to reuse my space shuttles. I want to reuse them. I want to bring them back, land them on the dang runway, drag them over to a processing facility where we either take payloads out, or B, put payloads back in, or both, right? And then drag it over here to this launch site thingamajigger that I'm making out of, honestly, fuselage fuel tanks and panels and stuff, and launch it again. That's the whole idea. Because how cool would it be, for instance, I'm going to do some NDT stuff here. Imagine, if you will, a world where we launch the shuttle with a Centaur inside of it, right? And the Centaur G delivers its payload. Maybe it delivers a payload out to the moon. I don't know, right? And then the Centaur G has enough delta V to come back, recircularize around Kerbin. Then we send up another shuttle. We grab the Centaur, we bring it back, and we bring it back down. And then I can take it out and just have the Centaur G there when I need it. It is, Muffin. Yeah. So, yeah, that's the whole idea here. This is the whole exercise. And to do that, we need a launch complex, right? And, okay, we're bringing up the reference pictures just to get everybody up to speed, just in case. What I'm doing is attempting, well, not attempting. Well, actually, it is really much an attempt. I'm attempting to build this. Vandenberg. Vandenberg has a much more integrated shuttle complex. It's kind of a more purpose-built shuttle pad than 39A and 39B was. Are we going to build out all of this? No. I'm thinking the pad, the tower, the shuttle assembly building, mobile service tower, and maybe the PCR. Maybe, if I'm feeling it. That's going to be a tall ask, even for this computer. Seems Isar's rocket fuel got too warm, hence the scrubby dubby. Where'd you hear that? Where'd you get that one from? Let's see. Oh, we got an ESAR update. Yesterday, ESAR was set to launch its qualification flight for the mission Onward and Upward from Ndoya during a 15-minute launch window. While all operations and checkouts were nominal through the countdown, ESAR was informed by an unauthorized vessel shortly before the launch. Okay. Shortly before the launch entered final auto sequence, the launch was placed on hold for 15 minutes. The range could only be declared clear at 2118, and the countdown resumed. As a result of the delay, the vehicle encountered an increase in engine fuel temperature, which could not be addressed within the shortened countdown, hence the forced abort of the mission. Interesting. That isn't what they said last night. Huh. That's a little interesting. Why? Huh. That's weird. That's, all right. Perhaps something that's, perhaps that's something new that they learned. But, see, I don't understand why you'd mention that, right? Like, even if that was going on, if your T0 was outside of the range window, who cares? Like, why even bring that up? Why, more or less, why even go for another attempt? And then why cite the fuel temperature as the reason why you scrubbed when you were outside of the range T0? I have questions. Hey, Ox, what's going on? That's weird. I don't know why you would... T0 wasn't outside the window? Well, spoiled. Why would they say that it was then? Well, brother, look. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, I wouldn't ask these questions, but I'm curious. Like, what's going on here? You never heard them say that. Play devil's advocate for me for a second, dude. Could that be interpreted any other way than the way I'm interpreting it? That's interesting. Maybe they were hoping for a window extension. Yeah, something is... Something weird's going on here. And guys, like, I'm not trying to insinuate that something weird is going on at ESAR. This is most, like, totally 100% honest, no axe to grind. I'm not trying to speak good because, you know, NSF does their production or anything. Honestly, they're probably just new to this. Like, I know that sounds ridiculous. I would excuse this on a second flight. Yeah, absolutely. This is just teething problem. This stuff happens. It takes a second to get your stuff straight. Like, it really does. I'm not trying to gain favor with them just because NSF does production work for them. You know, there is stuff here that needs to be addressed fast because now there's two conflicting ideas here. And at the very least, that does not look good for investors. People will see this, like what we're seeing now. And you don't, that's bad forward facing PR for the company. So, you know, Danny over there, the guy that runs it, you got to figure this stuff out, dude. But once again, it is teething problems. If this was 100th flight, dude, I'd be like, what are you doing? But it's not. It's the second flight. Second flight, new launch complex, new rocket. You know, first one didn't end very well. Boats in the range, you know, that's stuff that you just don't think about when you're going to integrate a rocket. You get better at that when it happens, right? Now I'm sure they'll take that into account if that's a thing. They'll probably ask for a little bit of a longer window, right? Just in case this happens again. That would be my guess. Like, this is easily mitigatable stuff, but it is stuff you got to figure out. Something weird is going on. Not trying to imply that something weird is going on. No, I just said something fishy is going on here. But it's not like, I'm not trying to say like they're not up to task, Mayor, right? Maybe I should have chose my words better. But I do wish ESAR the best. Like, I really like what they're doing. I really like how they go about doing stuff. I really like their attitude towards things. Yeah, it's good stuff. Just this one thing, I'm like, wait, what? You said the countdown exceeded range window, and then in the very next thing that you posted, you said something different. But it's very interesting. Up here, they didn't say anything about T0 being out of the window. Range wouldn't say green if the T0 is out of the window. Yeah, I'm wondering if this is... Yeah, what's that? That's, yeah, something... There's some kind of breakdown in communication here that we're not privy to. Yeah. Weird. Anyway. So I'm trying to make this. Yeah. And that. Not that, but that's a sweet picture. You're not going to find that picture on the internet. But you are now. Aha, and that one too. Hey, people send me pictures, dude. All right, what? I just put them in the folder, okay? Endeavor. Oh, we got to make that bracket too, by the way. Very nice. So yeah, that's what we're trying to do. And Kerbal doesn't really like stacking two boosters side by side. It's kind of definitely a little bit of a game logic problem that we're trying to get around. Yeah, we're gonna have to figure out how to do this. I get the joke, Hellfish. I ain't laughing, but I get it. The shuttle's a beast, man. I hate it when people talk bad about that vehicle. I think talking bad about the space shuttle's design is tone deaf to actually how the program actually kind of transpired, but... What the hell? Oops, wrong piece. I was gonna say, usually it lets me put that thing all the way over there. Okay, so that's the right position. I always get it lined up with the staircase over there. And let's roll. I want to try something. Shuttle was a brick and you can't deny it. How's it going? It's going good, man. What's up, 2020? Yeah, it's the program management rarest all day. There's nothing, I don't think there was ever anything particularly wrong with the shuttle's design. You know, and I know I throw that around a lot. And people are like, what do you mean there's nothing wrong with the shuttle's design? What are you talking about? The foam came off, right? And hit tiles, right? Or the O-rings, etc., etc. Dude, and I guess my answer back to people who say, like, what do you know, any skeptics of the design, like, it's not the design's fault that it does that. It's really not. It's not the shuttle's fault. It's not the tank's fault that the foam comes off. All right? You can't blame physics for your management problems. You know what I mean? Like, I firmly believe that. You know, that's like, you know, you driving a car and then you purposefully crashing it into a tree and being like, oh, that's the tree's fault. It's like, no, it's not. It's your fault for driving it into a tree. You know what I mean? Every vehicle has its quirks. Every vehicle has teething problems. It has things that you have to fix, right? Like, it's not the vehicle's fault that the freaking O-rings don't work. It's, you know, that was a purely management decision with Challenger. That had nothing to do with the design. If you waited a little bit further in the day when it was warm, it's Challenger sitting in a museum right now, right? Like, that's what I'm like people say, oh, there's a design flaw. I'm like, ain't no design flaw here. There's no design flaw here. There's incompetence. It's not the shuttle's problem that the tiles get hit from foam on the way up. That's like, once again, I always, you know, people throw around design flaw. I always say that's very strange. Design flaw is a very strange term to me. Design flaws happen because of failure of analysis. That's a people issue. That's not the shuttle's problem. If you really want my honest opinion, right? Like, yeah, and the temperature, dude. Well, can do, like, what got Challenger was it was too cold and it was too windy, right? If it's too windy, the shuttle can deal with it. All right. If it's too cold, the shuttle can deal with it. It can't deal with both. A failure of analysis. Actually, that's not a failure of analysis. They knew that it was too windy and they knew that it was too cold. That was a managerial decision. That was a programmatic decision. I still firmly believe whoever made the decision to launch that flight should be in jail for murder. Just saying. Like, the lack of accountability is the problem there. And that lack of accountability carried through even after Challenger and directly led to Columbia, directly. The Columbia, they got lazy. They said, oh, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Foam has hit the wing before. It's not a big deal. It's no problem. We don't need to test this. We don't need to test this. We know what's going on. You sure about that? So they didn't bother doing the analysis. Somebody did, and somebody said, like, hey, this could be an issue. And they said, nah, it's fine. This has happened before. It's no big deal. Are you sure? You don't seem very sure. Right? Like, I don't think that it's not the vehicle's fault if it does something you don't want it to do. It's your fault because it's not, you let it do something you didn't want it to do. Like, you let it be deviant. You normalize deviance. Like, that's the real problem. It's not a design flaw. It's not the shuttle's fault you launched it when it wasn't supposed to be launched, right? Like, I firmly believe that. And the crazy thing is that you see this behavior repeated with Starliner. You see it repeated with Starliner. It's ridiculous. And that's why it was such a big deal when Jared Isaacman came out and said, like, this is a problem. I'm super happy that he took accountability for that, even though it's really not his issue. You know what I mean? It is now if a Starliner flight happens under his tenure, but yeah, dude, crazy. All right, so undock. Yeah, can do. That's one of the things that I do really like about Jared Isaacman. He's not afraid to take ownership of other people's problems and fix them. I'd say that's his biggest contribution to being NASA administrator thus far. The ability to say that Starliner was a colossal screw up. In the ignition stuff yesterday, him getting up there and saying the commercial market for low Earth orbit has not materialized correctly. It has not materialized as intended. And that NASA, for basically the last 20 years, has been hoping that it's going to materialize using basically bupkis cost projections about operational analysis. I appreciate it. I appreciate John Honeycutt in the flight readiness firing press conference, basically, waxing intellectual about, what is the probability of crew here, who is very straightforward and very candid about it. I appreciate that. That's what I want. I don't want them to sit there and be like, man, I don't know. If there's something that's a problem, you freaking address it and you nip it right in the butt. You don't let it become something worse. Every time we've chosen to not nip it in the butt and be preemptive about solving a problem, someone dies. Sorry, I don't mean to be candid. Like, EJ woke up and chose violence today, but that's the truth. I want the truth. I don't want you to lie to me. You can't lie to each other with spaceflight, and you definitely can't lie to physics. Physics will call you out on it every time. You should just find a different company to run Starliner. ARJ, part of me thinks that Blue Origin wants it. Part of me thinks that Blue Origin's going to buy a fixer-upper of a spacecraft. But, I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Nip it in the bud, not butt? Yeah, that's true. All right, so for this test, what I'm doing is I have 3 struts that I connected inside of the SPH. I have 3 of those, and they're going to hold the tank in place while we run the rest of the struts. I'm gonna see if we can do that and not have to worry about the thing coming apart at the seams when we go to try to run the struts that hold the damn stack together. Yeah, kind of don't want that. The whole idea is to make it so the external tank is the last part to touch the pad. This is an exercise in making sure that our ascent sequence is correct. When you have a vehicle take off from the pad in Kerbal with the hold down points, right? Your root part, like the first part that you place down in the craft file, is usually up at the top of the rocket, right? And as you stage, the stage is jettisoned, and they jettison, and then you get to the spacecraft, right? I have to... See, that's hard to do in KSP. Because when you stack a rocket, if you're building it outside of the SPA or the VAB and the SPH, like what we're doing now, what's the first part you stack? Well, the first part you stack is the bottom. In this case, the boosters, right? So if the boosters are the damn first part that we stack, we build it backwards. So Kerbal understands it backwards, right? Think about your figurative Kerbal rocket here. The first part that you place is the top. With when, the spacecraft. The spacecraft is the first thing you make, and then you make the second stage, and then you make the first stage, right? With this, we're building it backwards. We build the pad first, and then you got to build the stack. The problem is that Kerbal thinks, with docking logic, if we don't do anything about it, Kerbal's going to think that the pad is the spacecraft. So when I go to lift off, right? When we go to lift off, it's going to think I separated a stage from the spaceship, which is not what we want. When this thing launches, I need to be controlling the shuttle on the way up. I don't want to be controlling the pad when the shuttle flies. That's not great. Yeah, I don't think I need to say why I don't want that. The shuttle is a little bit temperamental when it comes to flight. It has to fly in a very specific flight regime or else it's going to spin out of control and crash. Yeah, Hellfish, it's a colossal screw up, dude. If Newton and Bernoulli hadn't built all those principles, we wouldn't have these problems. Yeah. Yeah, I know, right? How dare they? Physics is cruel and doesn't care. Yeah, it's a cruel mistress, doesn't care about our yeah, for real. That's what I mean. You can't legislate against physics. You can't lie with the physics. Laws of physics are inalienable. You can't change them. And you can cope and you can seethe and you can sit there and say like, no, I can. No, you can't. That's not happening. All right, so we got one strut figured out. Okay, the next thing we got to do is work on the aft attachment struts here. So that's... Oh, geez. All right, well, we got one. We got two. That's further than we got yesterday. Having these struts attached to it seems to be helping, but it is causing a very, very crazy amount of drift here. The stack does seem to be holding steady here. What the hell is that noise?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Ramelot, 4-month resub. So, all the external tank aft attachment struts are in position here. I'm going to get the Kerbal away before we disconnect these struts. I'm going to get Thomas away from here. Helicopter? Fricking Irene! I had fun playing Battlefield last night. I played probably a little bit longer than I intended, but... If some scientific discovery comes along to alter our understanding of physics, yes, the laws can be altered, since science is ever evolving and adding on to itself, isn't it? Yeah, 2020 for sure, but until that happens, no. I gotta find a better way to do that. That's not ideal. Is the tank still full of fuel? Yes, it is. All right. Well, I won't be tanking. We wouldn't have the external tank filled up in this scenario, so I don't think this is the best test here, but Let me get all of my ET, external tank, fuel tanks, and empty them. And I gotta open my drain valve here. Oh man, that is not. Fellas, the ET is crooked. It's not straight. That is not a smart idea. It's not much. It's not by much. It's just crooked. That's. Well, is it? Or is... Yeah, no, it's definitely crooked. Maybe restrutting it empty will straighten it. Yeah. I'm curious to see that. Yeah, Pig, that's not a bad idea, dude. I'm just offloading the fuel tanks from the ET. Here we go. All right, so the tank is empty. There's nothing in here. Nothing in any of the tanks. Okay, cool. Emulate NASA during the shuttle program. Just send it crooked. I'm thinking we might need a better way to hang the external tank, Nader. I did have some trouble with the crane. Oh. The pins aren't aligned. So if I do that, and then we do that, and I do that, and then we do that, we're toggling vessel collision. No, it came in crooked because the pins weren't aligned. These pins are correct. How are we gonna do this? Oh. Should we launch and see if it's an issue? All systems. You know what, dude? I'll be honest. It'll probably be fine. The SAS, the stability assist, the way SAS works, as long as we have a proper control point, it'll compensate with the thrust vector control on the boosters. With that being said, I don't think it's wise to have the SAS be a catch-all for us not being able to integrate this as intended. Long story short, I'm not happy with this. This could probably work. I don't want probably. Does that make sense? Probably is what I keep telling people is not what you want. With that being said, if you guys if we want to launch it, we could launch it. I wouldn't have an issue with that. Like I said, the SAS will compensate. We want to launch it for fun. We can do that. See, the thing is, though, if we want to get this thing to launch, we're going to have to disconnect these struts. Not straight. That is a lot closer, but if I hit 1 here, we can set our control point. It sets control point to that docking port is where you got to control this from liftoff. So that is 1 degree off. What about the solids? We can set the control point onto the solid and check our alignment here. That's 89.2 on the on the left solid, and it's 88.9. We have a 1.3 degree deviation between all 3 of these. All 3 of these need to be pointed straight up, and they're not. They're off by 1.3 degrees. Now, if you think about it like this, they're off by 1.3 degrees. My solid rocket boosters have 8 degrees of thrust vector control. We can easily compensate for it. However, I firmly believe with rockets that thrust vector control should not be there to compensate for the fact that your rocket isn't flying correctly. You don't use control surfaces on an airplane to make it fly correct. You'd use a trim tab. That is not a trim tab, right? These are doing your principal steering and control during ascent, the SRBs. They're doing 80% of the lift, and they're doing 80% of the, well, actually, they're doing 100% of the steering. The 3 shuttle main engines on liftoff are kind of just sitting there, and they kind of just move slightly back and forth to make sure that they're pointing through the center of mass. They make slight adjustments, but it's not like after the SRBs separate. After the SRBs separate, the shuttle engines can move all over the place. But the shuttle engines are, for the most part, stay kind of fixed. Like I said, we could launch this. I'll bet you it'd be all right if I can get the thing to stand up straight. But yeah, we have pin alignment there. That's cramping my style, man. I also have auto struts holding this thing all in position. What happens if we unlock this? Yeah, if anything, you want the stack to lean. Well, Geeson, I would ideally want this stack to be straight up when we attach the shuttle, but yeah. Actually, attaching the shuttle is going to be a whole nother challenge, dude. Getting a crane to bring this thing in here and make sure the wings don't hit the tail service masts, that's going to be not easy. I guess we can go to do this test here with the tank. I need to set that decoupler on the GUP to decouple on sequence play. And what I need to do now is fill the SRBs. And I don't know, fellas, do you want to do this test with the full external tank to see what happens? Shouldn't it lean a little bit to the other way for integration clearance? Then with the weight of the shuttle, slot into place. Dude, we'd have to go look, to be honest with you. I'm using the control points to detect lean. Up here it says 88.9. You can't see it because it's in 4K and I have no way of making the arrow UI bigger. Actually, hold that thought. Nope, not that one. Nope, not that one. Nope, not that one. Nope, that's not right. Hold on. Let me go over here and let me figure this out. Studio mode, do that. Here. Capture L. No, that's not what I want. It would be a video capture device. 4KX capture. Properties. No. No, that's not what I want. I'm thinking how... Hang on, let me remove that. Canard capture properties. 4K Pro. Alright, cool. Video capture device. Canard capture. Duplicate the transform. Now lock that preview. Alright, so here. I set this up as a picture-in-picture here, right? And what I need to do is see if we can...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
This. Right? And that. Right, so it's just capturing the arrow UI. Ah, alright. The numbers still are terrible. Son of a biscuit. It's, yeah, you guys can't see none of that. Dude, even that. All right, let's see if I can do audio video filters, compressor dedicated expander. What does that do? Nope. No zoom in function, huh? Nah, drummer, there's no way that that's this complicated, dude. Sharpening it up, fix it. Chat, are we cooked? It applied filter to both of them, which is, yeah, that's not gonna work. All right, well, I'll just tell you what the numbers are, dude, and we'll delete that transform. Chat, are we cooked? I don't know if there's any mod that we can get to zoom this thing in, or I don't know if I can make the window bigger or something, but yeah. It's the 4K. 125% UI scale should clear it up. But I get why you don't want to do that, yeah. Yeah, I'll make a note of that and we'll try to fix it. The other thing I'm noticing here, dudes, is that these docking ports are sagging like crazy. And one is sagging way more than the other. See last. What's up, Jojo? 38-month resub. When the Battleship Texas opens in 2027, I would love to host you for a tour of it. Also, I hope you like that cutout you got of Texas. Yeah, dude. See it every day. It's right here on my shelf. You guys like armor plating from the Battleship Texas? That's pretty cool, right? I have a piece of the Battleship Texas in my office. That back up on the shelf there. You better take them up on that. You have it up there. Dude, most of the stuff that you guys give me, I put on shelves in the office so I can see it. Because most of the stuff you guys give me is really, really goddamn cool. But do you have pieces of the Freedom Factory? I don't have pieces of the Freedom Factory, but I do have this. Is that good enough? Is that good? You know, Matt Cleater, right? Like, you probably wouldn't remember me, but yeah. I met him. Good dude. Met him, met Vice Grip. A couple other people. They're cool. They're cool dudes. I like them a lot. You see that Eagle is getting sold. Not sure if you saw it. Didn't have time, dude. All I have done since the last stream, since I logged off a Battlefield last night, went down in the house, made some food, a little bit of food, ate it, went to bed, woke up, went right into the Flame Trench meeting for how we're going to set up Flame Trench for ignition, and then came here. Dude, that's what I've been doing lately. I've been just sleeping and working. Like during the week, that's what I do. Jojo, I'd love to come down there, dude. I'd do that. Hell yeah. I love battleships. I love naval architecture. That is like... In another universe, dude, we're not a space... This isn't a spaceflight stream, but this is like like we're World of Warships players, and like I teach people about how ships go together, like how naval ships go together instead of spaceships. That's in another universe, because you never touch the boats. Okay. All right. Let's get some data here on fueling these SRBs. So let's go through the firing procedure. But guys, I'll be honest, this data is going to be inconclusive because our pins aren't aligned. You do a tour of the Massachusetts again, but this time record it. Guys, do you mind if I give this another stab here to see if we can make sure the pins align? I don't want to go through fueling with a bent pin. I don't think that's... It'd be funny to see, but it's not good data. Yes, we mind. Well, too bad. I'm doing it anyway. World of Warships stream when? I used to play World of Warships when it came out, dude. I was at the World of Warships... the World of Warships release party in San Francisco in 2015, Chris. Yeah, when it first came out, and then I played it for a little while on stream. Problem with World of Warships is that when you're the streamer, everyone wants to shoot you. Everyone wants to shoot at you. To the point where people will lose the match because they're trying to sink you, because they want to be the one that sunk the streamer man. You ever play World of Tanks with DOS? I've never played World of Tanks with DOS. I played World of Warships with DOS, and we kicked the snot out of everyone. So, me, DOS, and Profiler, another one of DOS's moderators from way back in the day, we got in World of Warships, we got 3 Atlantas, and DOS was like on point, and me and Profiler were like on his right flank, right? And he picked a target, and we just shelled it with 5 inches. With 5-inchers to the point where they couldn't do anything. It was like having a shotgun blast of 5-inch shells. Anything we targeted, we absolutely destroyed. We kicked the trash out of everyone. Like a battleship came to try and kill us, right? And we just hit it so much with so many shells, we instantly sank it. Yeah. Yeah, we called it the Atlanta Ballet Company because we were like going and doing passes, and the 3 ships sailing in formation looked like we were doing a ballet, a little ballet. So full of it's so full of color and chaos, you know, like whatever. Yeah. So yeah, dude, I love ship architecture. I think we can learn a lot from ship architecture, from naval ship architecture, about spaceflight architecture and how it should be conducted in the future. Not necessarily like physically how the design is, because you're not launching a 6,000-ton steel ship into space, right? Like, I mean, maybe. Starship is kind of that, but yeah. It's, be cool. You used actual tactics. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what destroyers do, guys. Destroyers, they're designed to sail up quickly to another ship, broadside the thing, and then run. And then when you're trying to shoot at it, the idea is that the destroyer is going away at a perpendicular angle, so the ship profile is smaller, so you can't see it. Like, you can't. It's harder to hit, because if a ship's going away from you perpendicular, right, it's much harder to target it. If you're doing a broadside, right, you're exposed. The whole side of your ship is exposed. It's much easier to hit it. So destroyers are designed, like if this is an enemy ship in World War II, destroyers are designed to get up there, get real close, minimize time of broadside, and then leave. And we were doing that with Atlantas. We were doing it with light cruisers. Now, I don't know if you guys know anything about an Atlanta-class cruiser. When they went to design the Atlanta, they were like, how many guns do you want on this thing? And the U.S. Navy was like, yes, please. In front, you have 3 5-inch Cal 38 Mark 38 batteries. They're double barrel 5-inch, rapid fire. These are self-loading. So there's no dudes in there that are like, you know, ramming a shell into the breach. This thing will just, it's an auto loader. So the thing can just ba-bum, 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 right? And then at the aft part of the ship, on the stern, you have 3 more double barrel 5s. And then amidship, port, and starboard, you have another 2 turrets. So there's a starboard side turret, starboard side double barrel 5-inch Cal 38 Mark 38. And then on the port side, there's another one in the same spot. You have 8 guns on each Atlanta, rapid fire 5-inch. And it was me, DOS, and Profiler. We had 3 of them. No one could get near us. We were just like, that's great. You have a big battleship with a 16-inch shell. If you hit us, right? Maybe if you ammo racked one of us, maybe you'd sink it. But the time it took for you to get close and get that shot, we hit you with probably 1,000 5-inch shells. No one could screw with us. It was really funny, actually. Synchronized sinking, a new Olympic sport. Why do I feel like there was multiple Wisconsin battleship-style incidents temper? I thought that was the New Jersey. I always get that story confused. So. Oh, man, wait a minute. One of them was made in Fore River? San Diego and the San Juan. Damn it. That just makes me sad. Yeah, dude, look at all the freaking turrets. How many turrets do you want? Yes, all of them, please. And then Atlantis can have a midship torpedo rack, too, so you could really screw someone's day up close with this thing. And if you look at it, Atlanta, look at how fast it goes. It's, max speed is 32 knots. 32 knots is a lot for an 8,300 long-ton ship. 30 knots that's fast for in World War II for a ship that size. That's pretty quick.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
See, I could talk about this stuff all day, but we're doing space stuff, you know? Hey, Jack, 21 resub. Mainly watching on YouTube now, so I lost your streak. Thanks for the entertainment. Oh, yeah, no problem. All good, man. Why not both? Yeah, well, here we are. They could keep up with the Iowas. Yeah, that's right. Can you imagine an Iowa flanked with those things? What are you going to do? You're not going to do nothing. I mean... Okay, one last thing. To be fair, it's no Baltimore, dude. Baltimore classes are insane. So... These things kind of get a bad rap, dude, because, like, it's not a battleship. It's just a smaller battleship. All right. So, Baltimore's it's a heavy cruiser. It has twin 8-inch triple barrels up front, and then a single triple barrel 8-inch in the back. And there's those 5-inch Cal 38s. There's 3 of them. So, this thing almost has, in itself, what an Atlanta has. You have a 5-incher right there. You have a forward port side 5-inch and a forward starboard 5-inch. And then you have one just on the bow. You have 3 5-inchers in the back and then a single 8-inch turret. A single 8-inch triple barrel in the turret, in the aft part of the ship. So, all right. That's a lot of firepower, right? We already know those 5-inch guns can go bop, 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 right? Like, they're pretty much rapid fire. But what not a lot of people know is the 8-inchers are rapid fire, too. Those 8-inchers... on the Baltimores are auto loaders. There's no guys in the turret. They just reload automatically. There's a machine in there that reloads the 8-inch barrels, right? Dude, can you imagine auto loading 8-inchers? That's ridiculous. And you have 3 of them. You have 3 turrets with triple barrels. Dude, this thing could lay down fire like you would not believe. It's a shame that heavy cruisers kind of went the way of the Dodo because that thing is insane. You could just sit there, bop, 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 with 8-inch shells. Okay, so 8 inches, guys, that's this big. All right? That's 200 millimeter shells. Rapid fire. Bump, 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 bump. Like if you do a stagger shot, so you fire 1, 2, 3 on the first turret, 1, 2, 3 on the second turret, 1, 2, 3 on the third turret. So bump, 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 bump. By the time the third turret barrel is done, the first one is reloaded. So you can just... It's basically a freaking machine gun shooting 200 millimeter shells. That's ridiculous. You could mess up someone's day with this thing. Underrated, in my opinion. The cool thing is, and I learned this from the Battleship New Jersey YouTube channel. I didn't know this. These things were prototypes for the Montana class turrets. Because the Montana was going to have a 16-inch Cal 50 Mark 8 triple barrel 16-inch gun. That's 406 millimeters for anybody that wants to know. there were going to be autoloaders on the Montana. Can you imagine rapid fire 16-inch guns? Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. You're just laying down freaking lead. Like, at an insane speed. It's crazy, dude, when you think about it. That's where the battleship was going. But they never did it, because aircraft carrier, which is fair. How does it store the ammo and the rounds? Cased with their primers and gunpowder. The magazines are at the very bottom of the ship. They're underwater. They're down here. It's a turret barbette. This thing could do 150 rounds of 6. Yeah, exactly. The Brooklyn's had the 6-inch guns that were reloadable too. Ryan from Battleship New Jersey YouTube channel is the one that taught me that. He toured one of these once. I think it was the Salem. There's only one Baltimore and Baltimore derivative class heavy cruiser in existence, and it's in my backyard. Not actually. It's in Quincy. It's the USS Salem, which is a Des Moines class, which is it's the next version of the ship. Think of it like a Block 2 Baltimore. More of a fan of the Des Moines or Salem. They're yeah, of course. It's a block. Yeah, like I said, Fluffy, it's a Block 2 version of this ship. Same thing. Yeah, that's where I learned about that. The freaking autoloader 8 inches. That's insane, dude. That's a lot of firepower on a ship that can move at 30 knots. That's almost battleship levels of firepower. But the ship is a lot smaller, and it packs a much bigger punch for the size, which is crazy to me. I think that's super cool, personally. I think we should have stuff like this, but no, everybody just wants to put dinky little single-barrel 5-inch guns on everything, because... To be fair, VLS is... Yeah, you should probably have that. But still cool. Yeah, the only 8-inch triple barrel turrets in existence that are left are in Quincy. They're in Massachusetts. They're not far from my house, which is pretty cool. But yeah. Anyway, shuttle. Let's get back to testing. A little bit of a ship tangent there. All right, so let's rack the pins, make sure that our pins are aligned for this test. Yep. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is undock and snap dock that thing. Are the pins still aligned? Yes, they are. Next thing we're going to do is the same thing over here. Undock that. Are our pins still aligned? Yes, they are. Excellent. So it looks like Kerbal construction was the thing that was screwing us up. We don't do those anymore because it isn't expensive enough. If it doesn't cost at least $1 million to blow up something, it ain't worth it. All I'm saying is shells are way cheaper. Shells are way cheaper than missiles, but missiles do a lot more. Trade-offs. Thoughts on the Yamato? Nice battleship. It's a nice design if it's 1938. Not necessarily for 1945. There's a reason why the Musashi and the Yamato are at the bottom of the ocean in pieces. Because they got sunk by airplanes. That's why the United States didn't build the Montanas, because we saw the writing on the wall. Battleships basically post World War II got relegated to coastal bombardment, which is where I stink. I stink. I do stink. Which is where I think they're still relevant to this day. Battleships make a lot more sense in a littoral combat sense, in my opinion. I'm just an armchair engineer, though. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I've never served in the Navy. I do stink, though. I was sweating like crazy playing the guitar at the beginning of the stream. It's because you were melting faces. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's what I was doing. All right, so the next thing we got to do is get the Kerbal back out here. What I've been finding, guys, is that leaving the scene and coming back is really useful, because when you leave the scene and come back, the game, we just told it to undock these points right here. The game really likes it. It'll redock those things. So yeah, it wants to do that for some reason. So let's go to the Space Center. I like leaving the scene and coming back, but I'm not sure if we should add that as like a step in our integration process per se, but we do need to figure that out. Wish we could have saved the Enterprise. Which one? CV6 or CVN65? Oh, yes, I guess would be the answer to that, Yum Food, right? Like, yes, all of them? Because CV6 got... They did CV6 dirty. They should... Like, I can't believe they scrapped that ship. I can't believe somebody was like, yeah, it's no problem. Enterprise... The USS Enterprise, the original one, guys. So, Carrier 6. Hull number 6. That ship is the most decorated warship in U.S. history, and they scrapped it. They scrapped it in the 50s. Has like 3 battle stars, man. Or not 3. I don't even know what it has. It's the most decorated ship in U.S. history ever, period, full stop. And they were like, nah, this thing sucks. Get rid of it. I still can't believe that. And then CVN-65, the ship that took its name, right? CVN-65 was the first nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. And the funny thing is if you wanted just a little quick fun story about that, with CV6, since it was the first nuclear power, or not CV6, with CVN-65 being the first nuclear powered carrier, they weren't exactly sure how many nuclear reactors they wanted in there. Seriously, they were like, I'm not sure how many nukes we should put in. They put 8 A1W reactors in it. It has 8 nuclear reactors. 8. 8, Bob. 8. That ship is like the Formula 1 car of nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. It can go really fast. We still don't know how fast that thing could go. They never said. I'll bet you that thing can do 40+ knots easily. With 8 nuclear reactors, you can drive those steam turbines pretty well. That's a lot of heat. 20 battle stars. Yeah, that's it. 20 freaking battle stars. No. 20 battle stars. Yeah, let's throw this in the trash. We don't need this. 8 nuclear reactors. I'll bet you, Tarz, you don't need to say nothing, right? But I'll bet you that ship can go up above 50. I'll bet you with 8 reactors, yeah, you could go that fast. It's probably not good for it, but you probably could. But, you know, I'm just speculating. What the hell do I know? All right, so let's inspect the pins on the stack. So the pins are all lined up still. So first, SRB, we need to do this. There to there. Okay, get out of construction mode. Inspect the pins. The pins are still aligned. Good. Okay. Next. Okay. Are the pins still aligned up there? Yeah, they are. Still not happy we won't get a super carrier museum. I mean, the Midway is good enough, I guess. Bums me out that CVN-80 is a Ford class. Wish Enterprise was one of a kind. Yeah. Battleship New Jersey has the nameplate for CV6 on display. They made a great display piece for it, but I wish they truly preserved it. Yeah, that would have been nice, dude. What are you gonna do? That's cool, Yum Food. Neat. Alright. Our pins are still aligned here, dude. Now we gotta go run the external tank struts, but maybe, like, I'm wondering, you know what? I'm gonna do this with the Kerbal not underneath the stack, because the last thing I need is him getting crushed. We need a new Bonhomme Richard. Agreed. Yeah, dude. I mean, I don't mind that the ships are kind of just named after people and stuff, but, yo, where's the Valley Forge, man? Where's Valley Forge? Where's Yorktown? Lexington and Concord. Hornet. Yeah, what the hell? Bonhomme Richard. Where are those ships? Come on. Stop naming them after presidents. Screw that. Name them after our heritage. It's ridiculous. Kitty Hawk. Yeah, what the hell? Come on. All right, cool. It's not just me. All right. Oh, we time warped it, and it did short up. Are the pins still aligned? Damn, dude. That thing flexed back into position. It seems to want to tense up. Oh, how the heck are we going to do this? Valley Forge would go hard for a warship name. Lugia, we had a carrier called Valley Forge. We scrapped it. And Kitty Hawk. We scrapped that. And Saratoga. We scrapped that. And Yorktown. Well, one of those is at the bottom of the ocean. Lexington is still around, but it's not the original USS Lexington. The original USS Lexington is at the bottom of the ocean. CV-16, the carrier that replaced it, is a museum ship in Corpus Christi. It's actually not far from Brownsville, where SpaceX launches Starship. You know we're going to get a USS Orange Man. Yeah. I mean, if you want to do that, I guess, but I don't like that we started naming carriers after presidents, to be 100% honest with you. I don't like that. I think we should name them after, we should have stuck with the naming them after historical U.S. events. Just personal opinion. You want to name ships after people, that's fine, but there were 2 Yorktowns. Yeah, one went down in the Coral Sea. Yep. Dude, they literally during the Cold War, they named a carrier USS America. That's mint. That's the kind of name, like, where's the USS Freedom, dude? You know, like, I know that, yeah, that's class, I get it, but also, what the hell? He's making a fleet of ships. The battleships, yeah. Well, this alignment went a lot better than the other one. It looks like, and I never thought I would say this, but time warping this thing seemed to push everything back into position. What we still have to do is run the external tank struts. I don't mind naming submarines after states. We used to name battleships after states. If anything, that's a return to form, because submarines are battleships nowadays. You know what I mean? I know they're not the same thing. Like, they're the gunboats, and you can't see them. They're not a gunboat. You know what I'm saying? The deterrent. The battleships were a deterrent in the 30s. No one's screwed with you if you have a bigger gun. I'm still hoping the SS United States can be saved. Rarest, I'll be 100% honest with you. If I had like Elon money, like if somehow EJ became a billionaire, that's what I would do. I do believe in historical preservation. I would pay billions of dollars to have the SS United States operable. People are going to say you'd never get the return on investment there. I don't care. I'm not doing this for money. I already have money. You know, like that's how I kind of think about it. It's like Jeff Bezos going and fishing out the Apollo 11 engines. I'm not, dude, he fished them out just to say that he could do it. And then gave it all to a museum. He gave it all to the Museum of Flight. I've seen the engines, right? I'd be doing stuff like that. Like the Salem in Quincy, I'd be like, yo, we're fixing this. All right, we're fixing this. I want it working. And the U.S. Navy would be like, you sure about that? I'd be like, yes. Yes, I am sure about that. They'd be like, you probably shouldn't. I'd be like, okay, fine. Just make it go forward and back. That's all I want. You know? Refit the damn ship, okay? You wouldn't say you won the lottery, but there would be signs. Oh, yeah. The next thing I would do, philanthropic efforts, if we're gonna be real here, I'd go to the nearest museum that has a big boy and be like, hey buddy, I give you $500 million for that thing. What are they gonna say? No? Gonna say no? No, give me that. I need one of those for reasons. I would have saved the Kennedy, yes. Oh yeah. Guys, and yeah, I do believe that these museum ships, I do not want them to just be a sitting hulk in a river or a lake or like at a dock somewhere. These museum ships should be sailed. So, like, dude, billions of dollars, I'd put it all into, I'd put a lot of it, all the ship preservation efforts, I'd put it all into a trust. I'd put it all into a trust to keep it operable for years, decades. Operable ships. I don't give a frick. Like, that's what I would do. Preserving our history is that important to me, at least. Speaking of big boys, you gonna do a field trip when she comes east? Yes, Muffin. I've been dreaming about seeing a big boy operate in person since I was about 5 years old. All right, so we got to get the Kerbal up there for this test, and we got to run the external tank struts here. I'm almost thinking there might be a better way to do it, but come on, Thomas. Come on, buddy. All right, fine. You're stuck in the glove compartment, all right? Okay, there we go. Yeah, Jojo. Speaking of big boy, the closest it's coming on its tour is Scranton. Looks like we're gonna need to do a road trip stream when that happens. Hopefully it's not during anything important. The new Kennedy will be home ported in Seattle. Sadly, the 4 Iowas in their contracts with the Navy aren't allowed to reactivate their steam plants, but I'd love to see them again. Yeah, that's bullcrap. If you have billions of dollars, the Navy will change their tune. Everything has a price, especially with the government. Everything has a price. I don't believe that, Rarest. If I fork over a couple $1 billion, they'll be like, yeah, go ahead. I'll be like, yeah, I know. That's right. Shut up. You know? She's doing Philly for the 4th. Oh, I don't know if I can make it down there, dude. I don't believe that. That's bullcrap. Oh, well, we can't do this. We can't do that. How about $1 billion? Oh, yep. No, we can do that. Just for real. Like, I mean, to be fair, if I hit the lottery or had a couple $1 billion, I'd probably piss through it really quickly, but I don't give a frick. If I did that whole blind trust thing, I'd at least know that, you know, there's ships sailing around because of me. You know, whatever. You know, you give me $1 million right now, I could make that last for a little while. $1 billion? I'd probably spend that. That'd be good. Is the Constitution still sailing? Yes, it is. Constitution still sails. They take it out of port every couple of months to take it out. They sail it out into the harbor, turn it around, and sail it back to make sure that the hull wears correctly. Yep. Yeah, that $1 billion, I'd go find all the big boys. I'd be like, yo, either you're letting me buy that, or I'm paying you to get that thing working. One or the other. You know? All right, let's do this. You pick which one you want. Sure, 2020. Oh, yeah. As if I had money, I wouldn't sit here and pick from the talent pool in this chat. Yeah, you gotta be kidding me. Of course I would. Bro, there's some really talented melon farmers in both of my chats. I'm sitting here like I wouldn't be like, I need you, I need you, I need you, I need you. Yeah, come here. You work for me now. Like, as freaking if. Yeah, dude, yeah, that's what I would do. I'd start a blind, not a blind trust. I'd start a trust to basically make museum ships operable and big boys operable. Frick it, build new ones. Don't tell me it can't be done. That's bullcrap. We can't do that because no, we can't find the part. Frick, melon farmer, make a new freaking die. I don't give a frick. You tell me you can't make a tool and die to cast the parts? That's bullcrap. That is a load of bullcrap. I'm not, no, hell no. Can you imagine a new steam engine? How about a new steam engine with a stir-welded boiler? Just saying. Just saying. Stir-welded boiler, not a bad idea. It can bend and flex. Because differential pressure encountered, or pressure transients that are encountered through a steam engine's operation. Just saying. Can you stir weld something that thick? Yeah, so? Don't toy with my emotions. Look, man, we got the cash. I'm just setting my sights high, that's all. I'm not gonna sit here and just be like, well, I'm going to invest in the stock market to pay dividends. No, we're doing cool stuff. All right? No. We're doing cool stuff, all right? No exceptions. You're going to come kicking and screaming. I don't care if you like it or not. All right, are we still aligned in the pins? It looks like it's struggling a little bit. Let me see if we can reset this thing. Bring the shuttle back? Oh. Grizz, I don't know if we have enough cash to do that. Getting a steam engine to work and getting the space shuttle stack to work might be a little bit challenging. You gotta sleep for your boring-ish boiler job. Alright. Yeah, see, look at how much it sagged, dude. I really, guys, part of me wants to sit here and understand why it's doing that. But, yeah, I don't know. You'd have an easier time trying to finish the Venture Star. Well, is it bad if I like the shuttle better than Venture Star? Venture Star is awesome, but I don't know. All the struts are in position. I really don't think the shuttle's obsolete. I think there is actually a crazy demand for it. There'd be a crazy demand for it if it flies as much as Starship. Now, getting something to fly that often would be the real challenge. The U.S. government's and NASA's idea of doing that was to scale. was to scale SRB production. I'm not entirely sure that that's the best idea. You know, like, if we're going to make a modern day shuttle, I would probably try to make my boosters boost back and land. Probably be a little bit of a better solution than solids. No need to invest in a Navy. We just boost back and land. Now, in order to do that, dudes, the shuttle stack would not look like that because you're not storing that much energy in that amount of volume. Your SRBs would have to be a little bit wider. They'd probably be as wide as the external tank. If we were going to do shuttle stuff, guys, it would probably honestly be like an external tank and a space shuttle on top of something like super heavy. That probably would be the right move. How early do you think a propulsive landing stage could have been done? Early 90s, Pigzig. The tech was there in the early 90s. Look up DCX. DCX is a great example. T-Last, what's up, Swarm? Check this out. Oh, is that the T1? T1 Trust, dude. Yes, that is the type of stuff I would be doing. T1 Trust is mint, dude. I know about that. They're trying to rebuild a PRR T1. They're making all the parts from scratch, and it's freaking sick. Look. Oh, can't do that. Bro. That's so sick, dude. That, now spoiled, you know. That's some fab work, dude. I love it. I love it, dude. This is the type of stuff we'd be doing if EJ had frick you money. Like, I'm serious. This is what I'd be doing. We'd be doing stuff like this. That's steel, baby. Hell yeah. Oh, dude, look, they beaded it every 6 inches. Interesting. I wonder if the real one was made that way. Dude, look at the wheelhouse, man. That's badass. Dude, look at the that's not the chassis, that's the frame jig. Look at the frame jig for the steam locomotive. That is badass, man. That's so damn cool. I love it, dude. I freaking love it. Yeah, this is the kind of stuff we'd be doing. Oh yeah, this is what we're doing. This is what we would be doing. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. Making shit is cool. All right? Excuse my language. It just gets me fired up, man. Making stuff is badass, man. That is cool. I love making things. Making things rules. Swear jar. I gotta time myself out. Imagine a pair of Falcon 9s with an external booster and the shuttle attached. You need a lathe. Yeah, you ain't kidding. You ain't kidding, man. You are also not a cat. So, quick side note. I got this thing to attach all correctly, and it is perfectly aligned. Now, here's the real question, guys. These struts right here, how are we going to attach those struts? And we don't have any auto struts on these parts? Nothing. Nothing there. All right, so the external tank is fueled. Yeah, that stack has a slight lean. There's a slight lean to one side. Because we have no shuttle on board. It's slightly pitched. So let me go here, hit control point 1, 89.8. Yep. She's 1 degree leaning that way. You're not going to need those struts once you have the crane. The crane will keep the tank from sagging. So Muffin, what do you think? Do we... How are we going to do this? The crane, do we keep the crane holding this thing in place? Right? The mobile service tower and bridge crane is going to be doing the work here. Do we have the crane hold the external tank while we attach it? Because... Here, hold on. What the heck was that? Did it play audio? Yeah, see, we're gonna have to do that. That's gonna be a little bit tricky, but I need to see how they attach the ET. I know it's not in scope and not what you're trying to do, but I would make that whole setup one piece and fly it back or parachute it down. Yeah. There's ET stacking. Let me take a look. So in vehicle assembly building, the external tank 120 has been lowered between the solid rocket boosters for mating on the mobile launcher platform. Crane's still attached, dude. See it up there? She's still attached. She's still attached while they have the service gantries out and they're attaching the struts. So, Muffin, I don't think that's the worst idea. I think that's pretty conclusive from this picture. You might be able to find more. You are watching NASA Direct. The year totally is not 2005 with this UI. Here we go. This is what I want to see right here. So they lower it down and they hang it between the SRBs. They didn't show all of it. Okay. Bro, look at this picture. Freaking woof. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty neat. That's a pretty sick picture, actually. Yeah. Wartaz, you're gonna go to bed now and it's not even 8 p.m. That's how bad it is. It probably doesn't help that you drank 0.5 liters of dish soap earlier. Don't do that. You might want to call the doctor. Yeah, Wartaz, don't go to bed. You need to call the doctor like now. Yeah, do that. Yeah, dish soap is not good for your intestines or stomach. It's really, you do not want your stomach to get cleaned out by dish soap. That's really, really, really bad for it. Go, I'm serious. Call the doctor right now. Like, don't go to sleep. Call the doctor now. Like, you need to go to the hospital now, not tomorrow. Now. Yeah. Safe enough for ducks, safe enough for me. The ducks don't eat the damn dish soap, Cameron. Poison control. Yeah, yeah. Please go do that. Like now. Please. Please go do that now. There is no 911, guys. Wartos is overseas. Like, Wartos, I'm serious. Stop typing, call whatever you have for poison control in your country, or go to the hospital. Like, now. Like, I'm not trying to alarm you. You'll probably be alright, but you do not want to... That's a lot of dish soap. Why is everything moving around here? Alright, well, let's try that, and then see how the stack holds together. Guys, I think we might need to be a little bit tighter on our tolerances here, because, yeah, the whole stack is sagging to an extent. And it seems like we have some stressed struts here. Yeah, I also think you should be lowering the tank down on a piston into place instead of using those lower struts, since they won't be there when we actually attach. So, Muffin, those struts down there were in their placeholder. That was declared by me. I'm not just saying it's a placeholder now because of this. They're a placeholder because I don't have the crane built. What I thought would be a good idea, comparatively to how EJ used to do things in the past, what I thought would be a good idea is proving the docking logic here. Proving that we can stack before we even try to build a big crane like that, because that gantry crane is going to need to be up here somewhere. Comparatively, it will be the biggest integration building that I have made, period. It's going to be gigantic. It's going to be way bigger than the Freedom Rockets pads. Did I say liters? I meant tablespoons. Brother, why are you still talking? Go to the doctor now. Do you have urgent care? Like, are we speaking another language? Bro, you don't want to screw around with dish soap. That'll kill you. Like, if it's too much and your stomach doesn't like it, you're done. Listen to X-Wing. Mrs. X-Wing is a paramedic. Go to the hospital now. I missed a lot of that last gen Kraken tech, so I wasn't sure if the snap docking and sagging was being affected by spawning in so close to the stack. It remains to be seen, Muffin, but I did test it when we actually used a crane. One of the first tests I did was I took one of my telescoping cranes and I hung the external tank strut from here. We know that it's going to work. We proved the logic. I got it to fly by hanging a strut up there, not the entire external tank, but the game doesn't know the difference, right? It's really just a question of loads at this point. This is a cry for help. Please use the emergency services in Europe. Yes. I hope so, Jack. Okay. When shuttle. Well, Shlemi, I got to get to that point where, yeah, we're missing a pretty critical piece right here. All right. Anyway, Wartos, you need to go. You need to go to the doctor like now. Anyway, let's get back to work here. I think the next step would be to see if we can fuel this. The external tank is already fueled, so that's a plus. In the future, though, we shouldn't count on fueling with the... We shouldn't count on putting this thing together with a fueled ET. That's not what we want. But I'm going to go through the motions here because, yeah, we are pretty much ready to go. So let's disable the solid rocket booster firing chains just so we don't accidentally activate them. Let's go in here like this, open the editor, go into our AGs. Okay. Get out of the AG editor. We have to go in here. We need to activate both of the solids and SRM fueling has begun. I gotta mix out the volume. Give me 1 second. There we go. All right, here we go. We're loaded. All right, what we need to do is unlock the GUP, the fake GUP umbilical there. Okay. Now we go into the sequencer, activate free gimbal. We need to go here, select the ground umbilical carrier plate, decouple. Set that decouple there. Go here, make sure we have undocks loaded into the right action groups. Just to make sure we have no problems with separation. Are the pins lined up? Pins are lined up. The tank is full. It has all the fleeb juice. All right, guys, all the struts are in position. So the expectation for this test is that this thing's gonna take off. I still don't think that we have our control problem solved here. I'm pretty sure it's going to default control to the pad again. What I'm really looking for here, my expectation for this test is I don't think we have that problem solved. The big expectation here is that after we launch, if I have to switch back to the stack, the stack flies straight. That's kind of important. And I need to make sure that when we switch back to the stack, that my control point is on the front of the external tank. What I'm really testing with this test is to make sure that the ground umbilical carrier plate here is the primary docking port that's connecting this to the pad. So if we don't get the vehicle to release to the pad and we don't get control on the vehicle at T+1, right? And we have to use the bracket keys to switch to the stack. I want to make sure that it flies straight. And B, this is the big part of what I'm trying to solve. I want to make sure that at SRB separation, because we'll fly it and we'll fly it up into space, right? And we'll get to the point where we need the SRBs to separate. And when they do, I need to make, my expectation here is that control defaults to the external tank. That is what I'm trying to do. That's my big goal for this test. It's not necessarily if we can get it to control off the pad. That is a problem that we do need to fix, right? I need to make sure that when the SRBs separate, that we still have control on the external tank. That is a big issue that I'm trying to fix here. And that's why I changed it. So instead of having an SRB, right, undock one SRB, so it was SRB to external tank to SRB to pad, right? When we hung the external tank, I added this. I added the ground umbilical carrier plate. That's the has gas vent line on the real shuttle. We're using it as our umbilical. That's the main docking port that's connecting this thing down to the pad. So now I made it in a way so we can do, so it's external tank, or SRB to external tank, SRB to external tank to pad. That is how we set this up. That should prove out our control point during launch, and it should make it so when we separate the SRBs, that the control defaults to our external tank. Cool. With those test objectives declared, I'd say we're good to go. Let me get the joystick. Control mechanism is in place. One of these days we should test the bigger docking ports. I don't. If I'm using Kraken Tech to hold the stack together, bigger docking ports, I don't think it's going to make that much of a difference, dude. But yeah, we could test it. But all right, ready? We don't have a shuttle, obviously, so T-10. But wait, hold on. EJ, have you digested all the ignition-related conference talking points yet? Fooled. Our space news today is going to discuss ignition further. We're going to go through it, and I'm going to make sure that I understand everything. And yeah, I had to watch it again. I watched it again on Tuesday night. All right, so anyway, let's do this test. Remember, control point, when the stack releases, we need the control point to be on top of the external tank, the docking port up there. And we need to make it so when the ET separates, right, it does not default control to the SRBs. That would be ideal. It's possible that it might still default control to the SRBs because the SRBs have probe cores on it and my external tank does not. The external tank is designed to be expended. It has no probe core on it. Why? Why would it have probe cores on it, right? So, all right. T-10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Nope, pause, hold. Is the firing chain armed? Oh, that would have been very bad. That would have been not great. The thing would have fallen into the flame trench. Yeah, that would have been bad. There are no boats in the range. And if they are, not my problem. Okay, so the SRB firing chain is armed. Action groups are configured. All right, T-10, 9, for real this time. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
I don't want to unpause it. Can we not unpause it, please? Yeah, things have gone a little bit sideways there. I think we got a defective SRB. Trey, I think I know what happened. Just... Well, got off the pad. Freeze frame. This is me. You're probably wondering how I got into this situation. Damn it. Okay, so it looks like it got hung up. One of the SRBs got hung up on the pad when we went to separate. I think that pretty conclusively proves that we need a better thrust plate for my SRBs. When we originally tested the docking port logic for the thrust plate for the SR, like basically what's holding the whole stack up. When we tested that previously, guys, I only tested fully fueled SRBs and then the cross strut. It's very clear that with a fully fueled external tank, this thing really likes to move around. And it could move around to the point where if the stack leans to one side even just a little bit during ignition, right, those pins, they can get stuck. I'm pretty damn sure that that's what happened. In fact, I'm positive that's what happened. If you guys, if we want to check the Twitch clip, we can do that. But thank you for clipping it, dudes. Look. Oh, Chuck, your clip is a little too far. This is not what I need exactly. This is what I'm looking for. Huh. Guys, I think my theory is dumb. My theory's junk. It's separated correctly. So what the hell went wrong here? So, actually, little bit of good news. When we separated, it defaulted control to the vehicle, which is great. Huh. Oh, that SRB was wiggling. Did you see it? Whoa, what was that about? Watch it. Watch the right-hand solid booster. Right after ignition, the thing's doing this. Right? There. Wait, did something pop there? Hold up. Something did pop there. What exploded? Because that actually, look, it's SEP. That was right. Is that SAS doing that? It did. The SAS induced yaw. Why? Why did it induce yaw there? What the hell just happened? Did you move the umbilical tower out of the way? Well, no, it's the decoupler was supposed to let it go. Did did we get hung up on it? I don't... If we got hung up on it, wouldn't we have gone that way? Oh, jeez. What? I'm very confused. I probably shouldn't have watched it from an isometric point of view. We shouldn't have watched it from here. Control point set not to the right controller? Brother, I don't know. I'm not 100% sure what caused that. Did you accidentally reduce the thrust limiter on the right SRB? Well, Element, when we ignite the SRB firing chain, the CAL controller that is controlling the SRBs, it actually can modulates thrust to simulate thrust tail off. It is possible that my CAL controllers weren't synced, but I'd have to go back a little bit further to when I just enabled the firing chain. Give me 1 sec. Let me go back and check our current VOD here. Oh God, this is trippy. Please stop. Please stop. All right, let me take a look. Oh, that's good. Yeah, we want that. Where is it? It's quick. I click on both of them and I enable them. If both of the SRB chain controllers aren't reading 0, that's what happened. Because if they're not ramping in thrust simultaneously, you're going to have a big problem. Give me 1 sec. There it is. All right. What's the gray part? It's the fairing. They're the same thing. The fairing is just a different color zombie, so I know what the left and the right SRBs are. So that one is 0. Hold on. That one's reading 0. That one's reading 0. Okay, so it's not the cows. Let me... Oh, I wish I had telemetry from this damn stack. Telemetry would be so useful here. I did set the AGs when I got ready to launch here, so... Now you know why on STS-1 they basically had to launch the thing and go. There's no other way to test it. So how are you going to test this thing? Been lurking. Why is the whole thing leaning right slightly? Yeah, it definitely is. I think the SRB plates are the problem here. That's my real issue. probably the pins getting stuck in them. The boosters were on dock. I checked the pins, dude. It's not the pins. That SRB is lower than this SRB. It looks like the control point is upside down. No. So I noticed something. When we separated, right? It took a second for the game to understand what was going on. Watch this. Watch right here. See? That is the pad probe core right there, setting 270. That's the probe core that's on the pad. And then I didn't switch vehicles here, guys. It defaulted control to this. Now, I'm pretty sure it would have defaulted control right to the top docking port, and I'm fairly confident that that's where we are controlling from here. It says north is to the right of the vehicle, though, which means that control point is backwards. It's not upside down. It's rotated 90 degrees on its axis. Okay, that's an easy fix. I'm not sure. That's a good thing to note, dudes, that it is sideways. I mean, the shuttle would be over here. North is towards those mountains over here, right? Because we're perfectly north, south, east, west at 0 degrees, or at 0 degrees north. We're on the equator, right? So north is the way that the camera is facing right now. And so north would show up on the left side of the vehicle. I don't think that is the reason for whatever happened, but it is something that we need to fix for sure. Didn't you say SAS induced the yaw? Well, so the SAS is yawing to the left. Okay, look at the rate controller down there. It's behind the play button. Sorry, it's going that way, meaning that it's yawing left, meaning that something is making this yaw to the right. So that is our assist system trying to compensate. So, okay, there's some clues here. All right, this is why telemetry data is so damn important. Right here, let me unpause it. This is why I say, everybody says, well, we're going to review the data. We're going to review the data. Look, there is an input right there, yaw left, which means something is making this thing mechanically yaw to the right, right? And I say mechanically because we know for a fact that this is not aerodynamics doing this. The reason why we know it's not aerodynamics is we are not going fast enough to generate any lift or drag. We're going 3 meters a second. So this is something with our thrust vector controls. It could be, well, actually, it's not TVC because I did a control input on it and both of the TVCs moved right after I unpaused just to see. So it's not thrust vector controllers. It is a mechanical problem. Whatever did this, I wish I had another 3/4 view of this launch. If the port is backwards, though, wouldn't left be right? That's a good point. You're right. Yes. I'm sorry. I had to reposition. So yeah, the SAS did that. Now the real question is why? Why would the stability assist do that? Yeah, if the control point is 180 degrees, yaw left would be right. It would be backwards because our control point is 180 degrees rotated. All right. So that explains. So it was SAS induced, which means the SAS is trying to correct for something. And it induced only a yaw command there. Both boosters were equally filled, Trevor. We verified that. Both SRB firing chains were timed and armed at the same spot for simultaneous ignition. Oh, I wish I could see what's going on with the left booster in this picture, guys, because yeah, something funky is going on over there. Any issues with the joystick? No, this wasn't me. I was hands off here. It's really interesting, guys, because our separation was fine. Honestly, the separation was perfect. What the hell happened? I'm interested to see what exploded right there. I didn't hit F3 because I missed it. We blew up something on the pad over there. I'm trying to see if I can see what it is. Well, the pad's still intact. We could still go see it. So what I'm doing here is clicking on the SRB to see if we are I tried to see if we have any differential thrust output, but I really quickly realized that I'm not going to be able to click on all the information required to see that in time, and this is why I paused it. Yeah, that's a weird one, man. Just check the log in game. Structural panel exploded due to overheating. Oh, sweet. We're still in scene. So okay, so we blew out a panel there from whatever induced this yaw. Now, I noticed that the umbilical didn't drop back. It didn't fall back down, which I forgot to demotorize it. What I wanted it to do was this and just fall like that. That's what I wanted it to do. It didn't do that, but I don't think that would compensate. Like, that wouldn't cause the thing to yaw that way, to go over there. Did you take control and try to recover? Yaw rate reversed. Yes. I did. Right here, dude. After I unpaused it, I looked at vehicle orientation and I said, well, yaw left is going to fix this. I didn't realize that the control point was inverted, because look, the SAS is trying to compensate again. It's inducing yaw right, which means the SAS is going that way. And Hand Banana, thank you for gifting that sub. Sorry, I missed it. Huh. Yeah, Element, I would, if looking, that was my first theory. My first theory was that something blew, like it got caught on the pad, but I don't think it did. It looks like it separated just fine. But guys, if you look, the SRB, at least the right-hand one, so the one on that side is doing this. It's wiggling. It's not secured, which is not great. I yawed left at the end and it yawed right into the ground because the control point's backwards. So, like I said, I don't think that's the root cause of the problem, but it's something that we should probably fix. Could the left SR be getting stuck even for a second cause enough force to cause the SAS to yaw right to get unstuck? I would have said yes, Trey, if I didn't see this. This separation looks mint. It looks perfect. Like, when does the SAS induce that yaw? So I'm trying to watch the nav ball here, okay? So the nav ball is straight up. Our velocity is going straight up, right? It went to the left for a second. SAS compensated. And then it induced a gigantic freaking yaw like that. What the frick? If you took control after the pause, why did the SAS reverse the yaw before the pause? Yeah, I'm not sure. Unfortunately, this is pretty inconclusive data here, guys. Yeah, that's not... Crap. This isn't enough to tell what went wrong, I don't think. I'm going to go ahead and guess, guys, that it had something to do with the SRBs. The only thing I can really see is that the right SRB is doing this, all right? So here's the thing. If the right-hand SRB orientation relative to the stack, okay, if it starts doing this, if the SRBs go out of kilter like that, and it did, we did see it, what that is going to do is cause a cosine loss in thrust, meaning that in order to get the stack to go that way, both SRBs have to be pointed exactly the same way down. If they aren't, and one is like kind of off kilter, like this, right? If one is slightly tilted or even wiggles for a split second, right? That is a split second where your right-hand SRB is not tangential with, or parallel to the force of gravity. Not tangential. It's parallel to the force of gravity. If it moves out of phase to the force of gravity, right, it's now tangential to the force of gravity, and you induce a cosine loss, which means if you think about these individual vehicles working together, if this one is pointed straight up at 100% of rated of thrust, and this one is pointed slightly 5 degrees one direction, even for a second before it moves back into position, all right, with 100% thrust, not entirely aligned with gravity, it's going to be that if you're 5 degrees off, guys, you're losing about 15% of thrust. And what that's going to do is cause this one, the SAS is going to try to compensate to split the boosters to get it to go like this. So if I have one booster like that, it's going to try to fly us sideways because it's trying to get us to go straight up because that's what I told it to do, right? So if we have both of our boosters like this and one does this, even for a second, what the SAS is going to try to do is split the difference. It's going to try to do that. It would induce a yaw. I know that for a fact. Long story short, guys, so I don't waste your time, the booster struts aren't doing what they do. The booster struts are not doing the same thing that they would do if I had attached them inside of the SPH. I can absolutely say that with 100% conviction because I've launched this shuttle with this exact stack many times and the SRB has never done that. Has that ever happened in real life? No. No, Ramalot. If that happened in real life, the real space shuttle would have done that at ignition, and that would not have been good to completing the mission. Can you launch your stack from the default pad as to verify that it is a stack issue and not a pad issue? Nader, that would really only be for context for you guys. I'm 100% confident in my design that this is because of how we attached it. That's the only difference at this point. I'm 100% confident that that is what induced our problem. And the backwards control point probably didn't make it any better. I don't think the backwards control point was the culprit here, but it definitely didn't help. Yeah, Yuki, that's not really what we want. I don't see any differential burn rate between our SRBs here, but yeah, that was a good test. I mean, we did learn something, which is great. Let me just see this stack here. Everything, the pad seems to be okay. The problem is, guys, is that I'm not 100% sure that this stuff is up to holding this thing in place. Which means we might have to revisit the drawing board, which kind of sucks, but what are you going to do, right? Like, what are you going to do? I made these plates as a placeholder. These attachment points, they're a placeholder because of what I was trying to do is prove out the docking port logic first. So they would have needed to have been redesigned at some point. So yeah. Yeah. It's the wobbling around during the strut setting. Well, clearly attaching the struts, Terminator Pig, yeah. Clearly attaching the struts the way we did not replicate the strut attachment that happens inside of the SPH. Now, why that didn't happen is that would be a pretty good question to ask at this point. What is different? How does the Kerbal, why does it make a difference? You know? It'd be an interesting thing to ask, no doubt. Yeah, man. A lot of questions. Okay, I have a theory. I think I know what I want to do. I think we're done here. Unless anybody has other questions with this pad that we blew a hole in the side of, I'm pretty sure I know what we should change. If I had to guess, guys, I'm going to go ahead and throw a wager here that the way you attach strut to fairing in the SPH is different than how you attach strut to fairing in Kerbal construction. Oh, there's some pieces of it. You know what? Let's go look. Let's go look out there. Maybe there's something we can learn. So I have an idea, Pigzig, that might do it. This is just the external tank. That's the ET strut. That's not going to teach us anything. That's what's left of the ET crossbar. I know because it has an attachment hinge to it. That's an SRB probe core, and that's the truck. Okay, not really anything to learn there. The whole thing blew up. We didn't find any pieces. So fellas, I have an interesting idea. If we can't attach fairing, if it's not going to like how we attach to the fairing, maybe we don't need to attach it to the fairing exactly. Now would probably be a good time to prototype this, just because. So excuse me. So how about we try this? Give me some physics-less parts. Put them in mirror sim, right? Set them to absolute. And put them right here like this. Let me make sure that my external tank bearing is not getting in the way here. This part. So if we take these, right, and push them in like that, right? Physics-less parts don't move around. They only move around relative to the part that they're attached to. So my theory, and keep in mind, this is very much a hypothesis. I have no freaking idea. I'm not 100%. This is uncharted territory, but I did want to see the feasibility. Part of this project was trying to see the feasibility of understanding how Kerbal construction works and to see if we can make, we can get something working outside of the SPH, because being able to run struts would make it, being able to run struts on your stacks like this would make it so much easier to be able to put stuff together outside of the SPH, like a shuttle stack, for instance. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to see if I'm going to line up the physics-less strut, or the physics-less part here, these cubic octags, right? And I'm going to put them in a position where the Kerbal can easily just strut one to the other. My theory here is that Kerbal construction doesn't seem to like strutting to fairings. That's my hypothesis, that strutting part to fairing doesn't work the same way that it works inside of the SPH. I'm pretty, I don't know, pretty confident that that could be the problem here. So what we'll do is we'll set these up left and right SRB. And that is where we'll run the fairings. You blame ULA. Nice. Can I just check something? I'm just going to take a couple of I-beams and make just a straight edge here. Please do not tell me that one SRB is different. Okay, cool. They're symmetrical. I was like, that kind of looks like it might be crooked. What the hell? They're not symmetrical. No, there's no way. There's no way. Set that thing here, lock that into position, grab me another I-beam, get rid of the third one, set there, set it to absolute, snap it into position. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. What the hell is that about? Ah! So, fellas, to be very clear, I don't think that's going to make things. I don't think that's enough to make a difference. But they're not symmetrical. Now, whether is that the stack or is it the craft file? That's something I think it would be prudent to go check. Just, call it, curiosity. How the frick did I let that happen? Let's see, Ox. Nope. They weren't. Interesting. Dude, but is that going to make a difference? We did find something. I probably let that happen because it was just... because we were just screwing around to prove feasibility. But now we're past the screw around prove out feasibility point here. This has to work. Surely that alone isn't causing the yaw. No. The other thing I think we need to do for the next test is to unload the external tank. Another thing to take into account is that our external tank struts, some of them aren't connected, so it could be something dangling around inside of the ET. Most of them are, but... All right, dudes. We should try with these types of attachment points to see if the SRBs do, like, jostle around or whatever. Okay, that seems to be all right. Could the asymmetric boosters cause a bind in the pad with the reverse control exacerbated the yaw when it tried to compensate? Possible. Actually, you reminded me, dude. It's undoing all the struts. It's twisting everything. Son of a... I don't know what I just changed because of the hierarchy here. Let me go back here. It's pretty crazy that we actually built and flew this thing, right? Right? Oh, all right. That was the change that I needed to do. Do these line up? Yes. I'm pretty sure anchoring this to a physics-less part on the booster will get the strut logic to work correctly. Now, with all that being said, let's make sure that these are lined up. There is a question of the damn control point on the tank. What's that strut doing? I don't know what that strut's supposed to be attached to, but also let's get the fuel out of the external tank this time. I have a feeling another thing that I think was loading the tank when it's full probably caused everything to sag a little bit more than intended. So I'm going to unfuel that tank. I already did it, but I had to reload the craft file because I did something that I didn't understand. So that is the root of the tank. That's the problem here. So if I take this and we rotate this 180 degrees, right, it's going to rotate the entire external tank backwards. Now, in order to fix that, we need to take the next part in the stack. Flip it around 180 degrees. The problem is that inverts all the struts. So I'm gonna have to go through and just fix a lot of these. There we go. That fixed that. All right. Okay, that seems to have fixed everything. Just one change at a time, yeah. Okay, so I fixed, the big thing that I did was we found that the SRBs were crooked inside of the craft file. I'm not sure that that's going to make a difference during the integration, but it might. Next thing we did was fix the control point up there, and then I took all the fuel out of the tank. So we fixed the control point, took the fuel out of the ET, and now we're going to test our physics-less strut. Physics-less part strut cross, we'll call them strut carriers and call that a day. And see if the stack behaves any better this time around. Another thing that I think probably we should figure out is that. See that? See the gap? That's, the whole stack is going to sag. And we don't want slop like this. That's only going to get exacerbated throughout integration, right? Okay, here's what, yeah, you know what? Let's, Creeper, you're right. Let's do one change at a time. There we go. All right, so back to testing. Hopefully more explosions. But the good kind, not the go sideways and crash into the ground kind. The explosions that make you go up kind. We want those. All right, so the good news from last test, if we're going to take anything away from this, is that the ground umbilical carrier plate umbilical was working correctly. That worked right. That was good. That's what we wanted. That's what we wanted it to do, right? That was correct. It defaulted control to the vehicle during ignition, which is not something I necessarily thought was going to work, but it did. And that means that if we defaulted control to the external tank, and I'm pretty sure we could conclusively agree that that's what's going on because it was backwards. And we can prove that right now. If I hit my control point action group here, if on the nav ball, the north stays to the left side, and it does, okay, there you go. We definitely were controlling from the external tank. So it defaulted the correct control point and it defaulted to vehicle on pad release, which is perfect. That's really good. That's what we want. Whether we need to get one of these things up to SRB separation, right? And when we do, we need to make sure it defaults control to the ET, right? And that was the one test objective, believe it or not, we actually didn't get to because it crashed. But hey, that is some pretty substantial progress, dudes, if you ask me. So, the first thing that we have to do here, is this. We have to undock the left-hand SRB. Okay, we snap docked it into position. Now do the same with the right-hand SRB. We've snap docked both of them into position. Hey, Torch, the most long-term project on Twitch by a long shot. What's up, dude? Why is it you saying the thing I'm typing before I can get the typing done? Because I can speak faster than you can type. All right. Okay, now we got to get Thomas back out here. I feel like the Satisfactory project is pretty long. Well, I believe Torch was referring to the EJ stream as the long-term project here, but yes. Yeah, Mega Merlin excitement guaranteed. That's right. I missed that thing. Was so cool watching that build. Noted. Satisfactory 1.2, I do believe, has released, so I don't know if we'll give it another big shot, but that'd be kind of cool. It's experimental only. Yeah. Are you gonna play workers and resources again? I don't know. Maybe you tackle the Halo ship in small doses. Yeah, maybe. Thomas, I swear I'll give you some walkways or something so you don't have to just climb up all these ladders, buddy. Okay, so how I've done this in the past was I've attached the SRB struts first. Let's do that. Verify the pins are still in position. Yep. Pins are in position. Okay. Let's do one of the aft struts on the ET. Reset position on the stack. See, that strut, it flexed. Interesting. He needs a hard hat at least? All right. I got another idea. Take these struts off. And now put it back into that position, right? Can we attach struts in time warp? No, you can't. Okay, cool. You know, I'm no doctor, but I'm pretty sure the game did not like trying to attach a strut well in time warp. You know, I'm fairly confident that it really just got angry at us doing that. So, you know what? We're just gonna get the hell away from this thing and recover that vehicle. Yeah, I am just gonna go ahead and say get off of this right now. Yeah, okay. All right. So, the problem is that everything is sagging during Kerbal construction. Interesting. Stack still looks to be tilted to the right. Yeah. I'm wondering if we can strut through a snap dock. Meaning what I would do in the past is undock this and get it to attach up there first, and then undock that and get it to attach up there. That would mean for a split second the SRB becomes a different vehicle. In the past, guys, that has meant that any struts that you were running would get undone. I'm wondering if we could strut through snapdock. I'm gonna test it, because if we can, that means the SRBs are straight up right now, and they're being held in position, right? If we could do that before we switch the dock, it might actually keep the stack rigid. Because what the problem that I'm having right now is that when we go into Kerbal construction, everything kind of sags a little bit. everything goes down and it sags. Just a smidge. Some rarest Iowa in chat, you said, yeah, it happens when you get older. Shuttle stack isn't old, though. That's the problem. That's the problem that we're dealing with here. So, I wonder if we can strut through snap dock. This, yeah, guys. The big problem that we're running into is just getting this thing to all hold together. We're pretty dang close. I just got to get these SRBs to not move around. That's really the big one. I just got to get them to not move around. How many times it's going to take me to do that? Because right now, before we actually start clipping everything together, everything is more or less pretty dang rigid. What happens to the strut when the SRB needs to be detached from the main tank during ascent? If we're not snap docking nearly, it'll just undo it and it'll, yeah. Because, guys, I'm going to go ahead and go out on the limb here. I'm going to guess that the stack sagging, right, when we attached all the struts together initially, is what's causing those SRBs to flop around. Because say we attach one when it's perfectly straight, right? And then, you know, we attach another one and it's not perfect. You know, it was perfectly straight, right? And then it sagged, right? And the first one sagged and the second one does it. That's going to introduce a huge rubber banding force because the struts are going to be basically fighting against each other. So, yeah, just something to think about. All right, so what I'm going to do now is initiate a snap dock reset here. Yeah, you know what? I'm getting Thomas away, just in case. You just go back to the truck. I wonder if we had a mobile service tower to hold it in place while you do these things. Yakulex, I'm not 100% sure that that's even going to make a difference, dude. The reason why is that, you know, right now, dude, they're held in place. Like, right? It's being held in place. All right, let's see if... So I'm going to undock here, and I want to see if that strut stays. Mother fricker, you can do it. Oh, how long has that been in the game? Damn. That's a super useful game mechanic for, well, it's a super useful game mechanic for specifically what I'm trying to do here. That's where most of my pictures come from. The Capcom is space. Yep. Le Space Launch Complex, Slick 6. Yeah, that's where most of my pictures are from, dude. I didn't get all of them, but yeah. Yep, there it is. Before when it was still, that's still tooled up for Titan. Gemini MOL. That's what the mobile service tower originally was built for. Bro, what a cool freaking launch pad this is. Some of these pictures I don't have downloaded into my shuttle archive. But yeah, this is where we found most of the pictures. I know I have this picture of the tank sphere being made. There's the shuttle's diverter. Commodity line. Bro, an auto car. Oh, that's sick. Freaking auto car, man. Look at that dump truck. And then it looks like a Cat 225 right there. That's pretty cool, man. I mean, Aqualux, I never actually looked through every single one of these things. Oh, man, that thing would have been so good. Oh, it's such a bummer, dude. There is a lot of pictures that I actually have not really taken the time to look at, dude, but oh my goodness. Damn, dude. Imagine 2 shuttle launches on each coast a day. That'd be pretty cool, man. Bro. We're gonna have to build that. Yeah. That's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard to get that right. I have this picture. I saved this picture because it has a lot of cool cars in it. There's the PCR, payload changeout. I have that picture too. I am saving that one. That is a super useful picture. Yeah, that one's getting saved. That's super useful to show how the buildings attach to each other. We got to do that if we get that far into this project. Like I said, I really don't have any expectations for this, dude. It either works, we can either find a way to do it reliably, or we can't. We've definitely run into a little bit of obstacles. We've definitely run into a little bit of obstacles, but we haven't exhausted all of our options here. On the 6th of June, Lockheed Martin Space Operations proposed to modify Slick 6 for the launch vehicle Titan IV Centaur. Said it would cost $300 million, and it would be they would be finished in 1996. The orbiter lifting frame. Palmdale. They returned it to Palmdale, okay, and they used it to pick up Endeavour. Yep. 22nd of Mars. Slick 6 is utilized for the Titan IV project. Slick 6 project utilization for Titan IV is abandoned. Yep. And they switched it to Athena. That's a shame. Was the pros plan for Vandenberg an improvement on the cake? Yes. Or just different to accommodate location? It was an improvement. Yeah, see, they switched it to an Athena. What a waste. And then Delta 4 ended up using it, which is pretty cool. But yeah, it was still a waste. Slick 6 on November 2nd, 1999. The PCR from the shuttle era is gone. Yeah, okay. Shame. That's the payload changeout room. They scrapped it in the late 90s. That's dumb. Yeah, that's dumb. Was the proposed plan for Yeah, Athena is a tiny rocket for Slick 6. You're absolutely right. Yeah, I noticed doing it this way makes it move around a lot less, dudes. Like, way less. To the point where I'm fairly confident, even over here, if I tell Thomas to manually initiate the snap dock like that, that it ain't gonna make a difference. Pins and alignment are still perfect. Man, that's gonna make so much of a difference, dude. Check DMs. Hello? Two aircraft engines housed in a building 300 meters from the launch mount propel hot air through two ducts under the external tank to avoid ice formation during filling and launching. Interesting. That's weird, man. Step away. What happened? So struts stay through snap docking, Muffin. I have no idea how long that's been a thing, but look. The struts, symmetrical. Perfect. Perfectly symmetrical. All of them. So I ran the struts from the ET to the SRB and then undocked the thing down here to get it to snap dock to the ET, and the strut stays. And more importantly, it stays, it doesn't move around, because the SRBs, when they're docked to the bottom, are much more solid. That's actually a big deal. Like, dude, this thing didn't move around. Like, even if we time warp through, look, it moved a little bit, but that's not nearly as much as what was happening before. Is it possible to learn this power? Like, dude, we could even undo these if we really wanted to. I'm learning these powers, Zen. I'm showing people how to learn these powers. It's over, Anakin. Don't try it. I have the high launch pad. I hate you. I mean, I'd be pretty mad if you just like cut off like, you know, both legs and an arm. I'd be pretty pissed. I hate you. All right, so now what we should do is disconnect those. And the stack didn't move. It didn't move at all. Kind of deserved it though. Yeah, he was out of line. Yeah, Manfu, he was out of line for sure. He deserved it. He was being kind of a dick. Imagine if Columbia had a facility similar to Slick 6 that kept it at a proper temp and iceless instead of leaving it out in the weather from the start. Yeah, I know, right? That's I mean, that's not exactly the reason, Aqualex, but yeah. Point is that you could have gotten a lot more out of the shuttle design than we ever decided to, because we decided to be safe instead of reliable. When in aviation and spaceflight, reliability is the ultimate safety. Just putting it out there. All right, guys, that stack hasn't moved. And it is pretty dang aligned, which I'm actually pretty damn happy with. That means that hanging the external tank is just literally going to be a matter of lining up the pins, and that's about it. Because we can hang it when the SRBs are still attached down there. And, the one thing we're going to need is the ground umbilical carrier plate needs to be attached first. So we'd have to get the tank here, right? Get it basically almost into position. Attach it to the gup first, right? And then lower it down onto the pins. And then once it's lowered on the pins, then we run the struts, undo the docking ports, and that should do it, dude. Guys, the one thing really left to do is to make sure that this thing flies. Yeah, so let's go for another test and see what happens. Unlock that, demotorize it, so it separates, so we can rule out that thing hitting the thing, and yeah. Now, because of this, guys, I didn't reload the scene, and these are not showing up as docked this time around because I didn't leave the scene and come back before I did the snap dock transfer. But whatever. All right. Disable both firing chains. Verify that both controllers are at the zeroed position. load up the SRB fueling cal controller. Go into our action groups here. Select each SRB, thrust limiter, thrust limiter. We got to verify even load here. All right. Let's fuel the thing up. Let me load up each SRB to make sure that we fill it correctly. Cats, take a look, dude. Does it look crooked this time? I think that's pretty straight up, man. If it had been kept indoors like they were planning on doing at Slick Sif, covered until just minutes before launch, then the O-rings would have always been at a proper temperature. It also would have reduced the UV breakdown of the spray-on foam insulation. Yeah, I think, Aqualux, I think if they had just built 2 copies of Slick 6 at 39A and 39B, that we would be in a lot better position now, but they didn't want to because it's cheaper to use the crawler transporters and the MLs. You know what would have been the cheapest solution? To not do any of this and just keep launching the Saturn V. But, you know, hey, whatever. Can't win them all. All right, let's fuel this thing up. Oh, we got to activate them. Yeah, because it turns out that doing that whole Saturn V things means you don't have to retool any of your launch pads. It's a good idea. We are go for SRB prop load. Probably pay attention to this test. Okay, both SRBs are fueled. Disable the fueling controller. Shut that out. I'm not going to... Oh, that's the other thing. The external tank didn't have fuel in it this time. So that's, you know, probably... I'm going to go ahead and guess that that probably contributed to all of the sagging problems. But strut through snap docking really is probably the better solution here, dudes. Strut through snap docking is the right move. Yeah, that's the right call. Okay, verify control point. Control point is verified. Disabling the fuel controller. We have to go into our action groups here. For the main separation sequence, we have the free gimbal on both of these. I'm just going to tell it to undock from these nodes just in case we have a snap dock. Don't want any of that. And then we need to enable the decoupler into the main sequence. I want to do this as a manual safety just to make sure. Adding all these docking ports in at the last minute to make sure that during integration I don't fat finger the keyboard and cause it to fly. Well, you know, an integration building is attached. Not saying I've done that in the past, but fat fingering the keyboard is something I've absolutely done. Okay, verifying control point. Control point is verified. SRB firing chain. I'm gonna keep all these open so we can see it doing its thing and make sure that this is all correct. It's gonna give us more telemetry. Right SRB curve right there. Left SRB curve, thrust curve right there. Let's just open these up so you guys can see them. The thrust limiter is capped over time to simulate thrust tail off that the real SRBs do on the real shuttle stack. SAS is enabled. Control point is verified. SRB firing chains are armed. is this hinge unpowered. The hinge is unpowered, so when the docking port, when the decoupler jettisons, it should push this umbilical down. Should. Might not. But I don't think we need to worry about it getting in the way. Now, what angle do we want here, guys? I'm thinking an angle like this would probably be good for watching ignition this time. I need to be able to see both of these boosters. Yeah, that's probably what we want. All right, we ready for another test? Watch the boosters. What I'm really looking for, because my hypothesis is that the boosters were doing this. I don't want the boosters weeble wobbling around during liftoff. They need to stay perfectly straight. If they're not perfectly straight, it'll explode. It'll do what it did last time. Control point is north is to the left of the vehicle. But if we're looking up, yep, control point's to the left. Okay, control point is verified and in the right position. Let's do this. We're gonna watch this angle so we can see the separation happen. Okay. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're flying. Go for roll program. Ah! All right. Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about the struts not attaching the way I thought they were going to attach. No. Where's that piece? Oh no, damn. I gotta tell it to separate. Okay, it separated to the external tank, but then it blew up. So it defaulted back to the SRB. So that is what we want. Yeah. I'm going to chalk that one up to the struts not being run the exact same way on the external tank. I'm going to have to make sure that they're run correctly because, yeah, I was worried about that when we were messing with it. But that's right. That is what we wanted. That was, except for the blowing up part, when we went to do the roll program, the thing did stay together. It just what happened here? The two SRBs collided into each other because of same vehicle interaction. It looks like we had a joint break, though. It was the aft part of the fairing, but yeah, here, we'll finish the rest of the test here. Hello? We've had an anomaly? We have to secure the area? This thing is not going to end well. Yeah, well. The event is sometimes very wrong about what happened. But dude, the sequence separation was perfect. That is exactly what we wanted, man. I'm good. Like, getting the struts on the external tank to jive correctly is not that whatever. I just gotta redo the struts. Other than that, man, holy crap. That was mint. That was excellent. Fist my bump. What is that from? Don't know. Don't know. Don't say what it's from, guys. Right? But fist my bump. Amaze, amaze, amaze. No spoilers. Don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. You keep your mouth shut. You understand? You capiche? You keep your mouth shut. That was good though. Yeah. Really, really good. That is a huge W despite the explosion. That was a huge W. The explosion probably could have done without that, but it looks like we lost the entire aft bulkhead from the tank. Once again, I'm going to chalk that one up to the struts not being placed in the right positions. What I really need to do is we need to go... Do you think the Kerbal attachment struts could be causing more issues than they're worth? No. No, I don't, actually. In fact, I think I figured out a way to make them work correctly. Attaching them to physics-less parts seems to be really, really useful. The struts got mangled because of craft merging. Yes, particularly strut to fairing, 95. Strut, the fairing strut. Obviously, the fairing struts are what failed there because a fairing detached itself randomly. Right? I don't think that's... I think that observation is exactly what happened. Unless you guys want to... I mean, we can go look at it again if you want. I have this exact live stream open. Oh God, that's so trippy to see. Let's go over here like this. Let's review the footage. Back it up. All right, here we go. Nope. A little bit more. A little farther. Let's watch this in slow-mo. So when I switched, it reset camera position here. No SRB movement. They are solid as a rock, dude. They are not moving at all. Look. Now, I'm curious to see what happens here. Cal controllers are in sync. Thrust output 3140.2 in sync. 210 specific impulse 5424. That's 15,414. That's 15,416. Oh, there's okay. Yeah, we're synced. They're good. So there we go. I started to initiate the roll here. Where is this failure? The SRB looks tweaked. I think the SRB is tweaked after it starts to break, dude. Because as far as I can tell, those things are still perfectly aligned. Or not perfectly aligned. The strut is still there. I can see it. It's still there. It might be hard for you guys to see on the monitor, but... yeah, the strut went with the aft end of the external tank there. So interesting thing that my autogenous pressurization lines are still there. So that can give us some clues as to where the break point was. I'm pretty sure the break point was between fairings. I induced the roll program. That was entirely me that caused that problem. All right, cool. I think that's pretty fair. All right. Here, let's go look. Let's go look at our main stack. They are 5-meter fairing plates, yes. I've never had this problem in the past, though, 95. We've never had this problem. I can already see that struts are run differently here. Now, what about my AP lines? Where are those run to? What are they attached to? They're attached to that fairing. Okay, the brake was on this node connection right here. It was this fairing, because that one is attached to this one. Now, on this thing, I've noticed that, okay, so the crossbar, the external tank strut is attached to the fuel tank in here. Okay. Now, let me take a look. We have a 4x symmetry strut from our aft conic tank to the fairing shape. And the fairing shape is... that is a strut to that aft fairing. Okay, cool. Then my aft cylindric tank is also strutted to the fairing, but that's strutted to the inner tank fairing. These struts right here from our forward cylindric tank are also strutted to fairing. Okay. Forward conic tank is in 3x symmetry for some reason, and it's attached to the LOX tank. And then the forward small cylindric tank is in 3x symmetry to the fairing. So tank to fairing, tank to fairing. This tank is to inner stage fairing. That tank is to inner stage fairing. Aft tank here is in 4x symmetry to the aft fairing. And then this tank is not strutted to any fairing at all, except through a direct strut to the aft shell fairings. All right, in terms of here, that one's strutted to the fairings, so don't get confused. This one is strutted from docking port to main strut. And then I have a set of tries that go from cylindric tank to cylindric tank. Okay, cool. That is a flight, that's the flight orbiter. This is the one that has flight heritage. I know that that thing works. So, sometimes when you transfer craft files through to another craft file, struts look like they look like they attach, but they don't. They don't attach. They just look like it. You have to manually redo them. So, what we're going to do, go back to our Launchpad prototype and verify that all those struts are in the right positions. Yeah, Lev, my ET is going to stay like that. So, look, I can already tell you right now that some of these are not in the correct positions. These need to be in mirror sim, and those need to be strutted to the tank, like that. That's how they are in the main craft file. Like that. Perfect. Okay, so let's make these fairings right here. Make that solid. And then take this strut. This strut is in 4 times symmetry, and it is strutted to the skin of the tank. Okay, so we verified that those struts are in position. Now down here, there's a strut that goes from the AP lines to the aft fairing tank shell. That's all good. Cool. Now, up here, there's the intertank fairing segment. That's this piece right here. This needs strut. Yeah, there we go. See those struts? I don't know if those are connected. It doesn't look like they are. 4X strut to the fairing shell, just like that. We know that that's a thing. Cool. Now, let's go down here like this. I'm going to move this so we can see the damn thing. Hurtful, what's up? I hate to ask, why do you make your rockets so super filled with parts and struts and beams? Hurtful, well, okay. The last test, the whole back of the external tank came off. So a lot of these struts that are on the inside are absolutely needed. Now, these ones on the outside, those are there to look cool. The reason why I put them there is to mimic the space shuttle's autogenous pressurization lines. So the shuttle stack, actually you can see them. They're right there. See them? Those things. This is a shot looking down the shuttle stack when it's vertical. This thing. So the external tank has the oxidizer fuel line going down the side of the tank and then into the shuttle, right? And it also has these pneumatic lines and then electronics. These are the electronic wires for the sensor suites, for the LOX tank, the hydrogen tank, whatever. This is any electrical stuff that you need. That's in this box. These 2 lines here are autogenous pressurization lines. So what does that mean? The space shuttle main engines have a gas tap-off cycle. Basically takes some of the gases coming out of the rocket engines and they shoot them up through these lines into the liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen tanks to keep the tanks at pressure so the external tank doesn't lose structural integrity on the way up. Starship actually has these. Starship does the same thing because it's simple. It's a simpler design. They did this to simplify the external tank and make it so the reusable part of the system is what can keep the tank repressurized and keep structural integrity. Tank only needs to be structurally sound when the orbiter's attached to it, right? So it makes sense. I put those on there on purpose to show the AP line, so I could give this explanation and teach people about autogenous pressurization. See them? You have 2 lines. One of them goes to the top of the hydrogen tank, and the other one goes all the way to the very top of the stack at the top of the LOX tank. See? That's why I have those on the outside, because it looks cool. And see, I have my fuel line. We have the fuel line. It doesn't do anything. It's there for aesthetic. Everything here is made out of physics-less parts, so it doesn't screw up the physics simulation too bad. It also squeezes the fuel out. Yes, it's used for what's called tank ullage. That's correct. Ullage, fun word to say. Does that help? Is that what you were referring to, Hurtful? That's what I was checking too, because too many parts screw up the simulation, no doubt. Yeah. So there's physicsless parts. There's things called physicsless parts in Kerbal. Physicsless parts are parts that the developers thought were too small to actually bother physically simulating. So all physicsless parts do is take their mass value and add it to the part that they're attached to. Physicsless parts do not screw with your physics simulation too much because they're physicsless. Now, once again, fellas, just because they aren't physically simulated doesn't mean that if they blow up and go flying all over the place, they're not going to crash into the ground. They're not simulating the physics, but that doesn't mean that they aren't subject to collision detection. So, for instance, physicsless parts are not part of the aerodynamic or thermal simulations in Kerbal. They don't screw with your performance too much, dude. That's why I made all of it completely out of physicsless parts. These cubic octags are physicsless. The fuel lines, the struts, this cubic octag, the octag strut, and the cubic octagonal, those are all physicsless parts. Physicsless parts are super useful. Because they're not physically simulated, they don't drift, they don't move around. So think about that if you're putting a rocket together. You can utilize these physicless parts for structure if you really know what you're doing. Something to take into account. How do I know all this? I have 20,000 hours in the game, just in case anybody's wondering. I've played way too much KSP. Nah, just kidding. There ain't no such thing as that. All right, so let's go here like this. Now, these were 3x symmetry on the main craft file, so I'm going to keep them in 3x sim. Okay. And then the top forward cylindric tank also is run to bearing in 3x sim. What's the farthest distance you sent something in KSP? I've sent something well outside of the solar system, Pork Sword, going 0.3 C. .3 C is 333,000 meters a second. Yeah. Just in case anybody's wondering. 333 kilometers a second, 0.3 C. Or no, 1%. 1%? I don't know. It was fast. That's the furthest I've sent anything. The Nautilus build. That was a fun build. Is the booster and tank staging mechanism a stock part? Every single part here you see is stock except for this piece. This is a piece that I modeled myself. And I'm using it as a guide pin for my SRB. You don't need this part. You can use something else to hold that thing in place. This was easier to do because I already have it. So if there is modded parts, they are parts that I made. Everything else here, everything is stock. It just bone stock KSP. And Cal controllers, well, it'd be KSP with the 2 DLCs. How did I make the point for the pointing bit on top of the external tank? It's an antenna. It's one of the antennas. It's that thing, a Communicatron 16. It's just upside down. All right. That is all the struts. Let's do the test again, guys. Yeah, the SRBs have an edited save file to give them the correct amount of gimbal that they have in real life. There's no way to get around that. Pretty sure it's just 3 cal controllers in a trench coat. What's up, Urban? Yeah. All right, dudes. Okay. For the hydrogen pathway, does the nose cone have an unincluded node on the back? If not, another bit of drag you can get off of the booster. I don't know, dude. Yeah, no, it has an open one, but it's negligible, but that would be a good place for optimization in the future if we want to attach a piece to it, for sure. All right, switch it over to the VAB. We're good. All right, so let's do this. In Kerbal, would it be possible to replicate Falcon 9 coming back and landing? Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I've done that many times, Brian. Right, I had a whole launch complex. I built a whole launch complex for Falcon 9 based off of 39A. Transporter erector, pad, launch reaction frame. The whole point was to land the stages, drag them back to the pad, and use them again. I've done that with Falcon 9, with my Falcon 9S rockets in this game. Now I'm trying to do it with a shuttle. Is that difficult? Yes. Yes, it is. Was it difficult to do the Falcon 9 thing? Yes, very. Okay. Tell the ET to keep its pants on this time. Yeah, I'll try. Actually, another thing that I wanted to check, guys, is the external tank being held up. But, yeah, because these struts, we won't be able to run these struts if we're actually throwing this stack together outside. But you know what? Let's save that for another test. Let me get Thomas out and we will run the struts that we need to. What's up, Bob? I don't even think I could figure this game out. I've wanted to try it for years, though. Brian, I want to be very clear with you. I am making this way more complicated than the base kind of fun garden variety gameplay for KSP. The developers, I know because I know the developers. They never intended for people to be able to build their own launch complexes. That was never part of the plan. You know? But you can figure it out, man. I'm self-taught, dude. I'm no aerospace engineer. I'm self-taught. We make it look easy. Rock with you, boys. Damn, son, where'd you find this? You know, like, we make it, dude, I make it look easy. Come on. You can do it. Trust me. Look at me. Look at me. I'm a freaking moron, and I figured it out. And the best part about it is that you learn rocket science. That's pretty cool. Buy KSP 1, don't buy KSP 2. KSP 2 is a steaming pile of dog crap. Don't buy that game. KSP 1, though. Yeah, you can get away with that. That's fine. I've done too much optimization this semester. It has molded your mind. Yep. Efficiency isn't your end-all be-all. I mean, most of the time it is with rocket science, Sea Kraken. But honestly, if something is not very efficient but it works, I'd be like, yeah, it works, so don't touch it. Is it heavy? Yes, then it's probably expensive. Put it down. Certified HIF Classic. Nice. How are we gonna make the nylon? Oh god. How are we gonna make the nylon overpressure water bags? Science. Everywhere you go, I see mass optimization. I'm cursed. Yeah, I know what you mean, dude. Once you see drag and you understand the patterns with it, you're just like, no. But you got to remember, I mean, Sea Kraken, how I look at it is that, you know, everything that flies is going to create drag, and to an extent, there's some drag that you can't mitigate, right? But the way I like to think about it, dude, and once again, I ain't no aerospace engineer. Maybe I'll tell you what I'm about to tell you, and you'll be like, yeah, okay, man, yeah, I'll do that, you know. But think of drag just as an effect. That's an effect that you induce. If you have a wing on a plane, it's going to make drag. Okay, that's something that's there. Maybe use that to your advantage somewhere else. Don't treat it like, oh, I just got to get rid of it. I got to get rid of it, because it's a byproduct of anything that happens. Like, it's a byproduct of something flying through the air. It's something you have to put up with. So I always looked at it like, take drag and make it something that you could use to your advantage. Think like a la like Concorde, right? Concorde with the wing design is designed to utilize drag to its advantage to make lift. And that high angle of attack landing with its wing design, right, enabled Concorde to be able to fly at a lower angle of attack during flight, and that made it fly faster. Think about it. That and the droop snoot, because droop snoot, right? Like, obviously. But, you know, it's not necessarily like mass optimization and drag optimization isn't your end all be all here, right? It's just another thing that happens. Use it to your advantage. Compression lift would be another great example. Compression lift with the XB70. Another excellent example. Yeah, you guys already beat me to it. The space shuttle. Space shuttle does the same thing that the Concorde wing does to generate enough lift so the shuttle doesn't fall and crash into the ground because it flies like a brick, right? It utilizes that same wing lift phenomenon at high angle of attack, low subsonic speed to be able to generate enough lift to land correctly. Drag is just something that happens. Use it to your advantage if you can. Right? It's just another thing. It's just like lift. You want lift, you don't want drag, or do you, right? Sea Kraken, I see people fall into this, like, not this, it's not a logic trap per se. It really depends on what you're trying to do. Like, if you're trying to make an XB70, then drag is what you want. You want to induce drag in certain areas, right? Shuttle, Concorde, same way. But I don't think from my limited knowledge of aerospace engineering, that it's your end all be all, dude. You can use it to your advantage. It's something that's there, so use it, right? The best way to keep the blade sharp is to use it, right? There's pockets of fermenting, Mr. Khan. Best way to keep the blade sharp is to use it. Make a boom lift for use on the upper part of the stack for Tom or crane attachment. I can do that. I was actually going to build an integration building, Gasmon. I'm going to build that. This thing. Yeah, so he'll be able to walk up there, and if I need to do something to the top of the stack, should be easy enough. Should be easy enough to get up there and do it. Yeah. Yeah, see that thing? I'm making that. It's not going to look exactly like that, and I'm not putting doors on one side, because that would actually be a waste of parts. I'm going to make it look like it, but I'm going to make it work. I need it because I need the gantry crane. The reason why is because of that picture that I just downloaded. Where is it? This one. I need to be able to do that. I got to roll the shuttle in, and then I got to use one crane on this building and the other crane on the other building. The buildings have to join up. They have to clump together. We have to attach them together over the launch pad. Use one crane over here to pick the front of the shuttle up. Use one crane over here to pick the back of the shuttle up. Turn the damn thing vertical. Undo the back crane. And then pick the shuttle up and put it in its position. That is pretty much the reason why I have not done that yet, because we need to make those buildings. But yeah. So, yeah, Gas, am I going to give Tom more access? Thomas, will he have more access to the top of the stack? Absolutely. The other things we got to build, guys, is I need to build a crew access arm. We got to find a way to get people inside of this thing. We need to build a CAA, and I need my fixed service structure on the left side of the pad. The cool thing about Slick 6 is that these buildings come together, but they actually enclose around the service structure, or around your fixed service structure. So see the red structure right there? See how it has like a flat part, a weird flat part of the structure? That's where the two buildings come together. And this forms a wall on the outer part of the building. It's a wild pad design, dude. Yeah, see, they both come in here like this, and the buildings close up. And they close around the ground umbilical carrier plate assembly, which is this truss piece back there, and the crew access arm, which is right there. Crew access arm at Vandenberg is actually, it's not telescopic, but it's more linear movement. The ones at 39A and 39B pivoted like this. The CAA at Vandenberg actually moves back and forth like that. It doesn't do this. It doesn't swing. Does it have air conditioning? This is a climate-controlled building, yes. It can seal it up. Do you have a job in this industry? I'd be shocked if you didn't, and I was sure I saw you on a different channel the other day. I think it was a launch. Anyway, you're a smart dude. I do work for NASA Spaceflight, dude. NASA Spaceflight is a space news organization. They're independent space journalism organization. I do work for them, yes. As a job in the industry? No, I don't. I'm self-taught, dude. I'm just a mere mortal. Comparatively. I just decided that aerospace engineering is awesome and I want to know everything about it. I decided that 15 years ago and have been abiding by that kind of creed for 15 years. You learn a lot. Hey, Paul, what's going on? As a car guy, can you explain to me why this shuttle build is hard compared to your earlier shuttles? Paul, this is difficult because I'm building the pad for it. Because, dude, the shuttle is supposed to be reusable. So what I want to do is land the damn shuttle on the runway, attach a tow bar to the damn thing, drag it back over to this damn thing, and put it back on the pad to fly it again. That's what I'm trying to do. That's why this build is difficult. So like you have to fit the puzzle pieces together because I have the shuttle, I have the two boosters, and I have the external tank. Kerbal, you have to put them together in a way that Kerbal understands that that is one vehicle. Getting that to work is that's a hard thing to do. Right? It's like, think about it like the puzzle pieces. You have to fit the puzzle pieces together and they have to work. In terms of car difficulty, if you want a car analogy, it would be like building a car that has two big block Chevys with one drive shaft out to a transmission and the transmission going to your tires. Is that doable? Yeah, sure. Double input shaft for a transmission? Yeah, that's doable. People have done that. Is that a difficult thing to do? Yes. Yes. Is it tough to get everything working correctly? Yes, absolutely. Yeah. It's a challenging project, but I like challenges. And it's going to be super cool because I'll be able to reuse the shuttle. I can land my shuttles instead of recovering the vehicle. Like, you recover it and it just kind of goes into the aether, right? Until you put it back out on the pad again. You hit the launch button in Kerbal, right? Or I can, when the shuttle lands, I can attach an airport tug to it, tow it to a hangar, pull payload out, put new payload in that's going back up, right? And then we can bring it back to the pad. I know how to make cranes in this game. We can lift the damn thing up, reattach it, send it again. How cool would that be to actually have a shuttle that we've reused multiple times to build a space station or a transfer vehicle, or we use it to go recover debris or whatever? Like, dude, that has been something that I've wanted to do in KSP for years, but I was never smart enough to know how to do it. Now, the real question is, am I smart enough to know how to do it now? Well, I don't know. Stay tuned and I'll get back to you. I'll get back to you on that one. Tractor pulling. Yes. And the space shuttle is a damn tractor. It's about as aerodynamic as one. So yeah, this is a difficult project. Right now, Paul, okay, all right, another car guy thing. Okay, you're doing a frame off resto on a car. You put the car on a frame jig, right? That way you make sure everything is true, right? I need to do that with my SRBs. I don't think I need to say why having an SRB pointed that way and one pointed straight up is a bad idea. They need to be perfectly straight and they need to be perfectly true. I have to get those to line up. That is the current problem that I'm really trying to address, to make sure that that thing is strong enough, right? When you build it inside of the editors in the game, you can make it strong enough, but when you have to put the stack together, that introduces a whole new set of challenges, right? Because in the editor, I can just use the computer to make sure that it's perfectly straight, right? No problem. It will never have an issue here. But out here, where there's physics, the physics are simulated here, I have to be able to drop these boosters in. They have to be perfectly straight. They have to be perfectly aligned. And then I got to hang the external tank from them. And everything has to stay straight throughout that entire process, just like doing a frame off resto on a jig. I'm figuring out ways to make the frame jig. Does that make sense, dude? I've never built a shuttle stack outside of KSP before, or outside of the SPH before. Never done that. My shuttle stack before was just put it out on the pad. You have separators down here, separate it and go. This one is way different because I'm engineering out all the ground servicing equipment and all the equipment to be able to put the stupid thing together. It's tough. The difficulty challenge for KSP is like, in this context, is like expert, like beyond expert. Like, this is really, really tough. And that's what I was telling Brian over in the YouTube chat, dude. Like, this is not garden variety Kerbal gameplay. I play a very weird way. Like, this is not like what you'd see. Like, if you went and Googled KSP playthrough right now, you're not going to see stuff like this. Probably simpler to do that with an electric powertrain nowadays, which would be interesting, actually. Can you imagine 2 Tesla motors into a common diff, Aqualex? That would be freaking nuts, dude. How much power do you want? Yes. Yes, I would like 1 power, please. Yeah, hopefully that helps, dude. I didn't know you worked with them. I literally watch every launch you guys put out. Yeah. I'm a commentator for NSF, dude. I don't do every commentary for them, though, Brian, because I'm here doing commentary. You know, I do Flame Trench for them on Fridays and whatever else I can fit into my schedule. Anyway, let's do this, dudes. So, where were we at? We have to undo the SRBs. Ready? So this is left SRB snap dock. Okay, right SRB snap dock. Okay, Paul, what I just did there is in the editor, the SRB, I told the SRB that it was attached down here. All right, so Kerbal, if you have two docking ports on something and they're both docked to something, right? Kerbal always can't, it either has a primary and a secondary docking port. There's no docking ports could be the same. It's either one or the other. That's just how, once again, that's fitting the stupid puzzle pieces together, right? So in the editor, I have the SRBs attached at the back. The reason why I attached them down here in the editor is because that's where they would be if I placed them on the pad with my gantry crane that I haven't built yet, right? First thing you're going to do, put the SRB in position, get it lined up and get it docked to the pad so it doesn't move. Next thing, put the other SRB in position, do the exact same thing. That's why I have a pilot dowel here. See that RCS thruster right there see how it's in the loop right there? It's being used as a pilot dowel, like what you'd have on a transmission, to align it and make sure that it's perfectly straight within a couple of degrees. It has to be right. If it can't do it, then it's not going to work, right? So then in the editor, my external tank is technically attached to here, but I have pins that I made out of thermometers here. Those are also working like a pilot dowel, and those are holding the external tank in place, right? But my external tank is actually attached in the craft file. The primary docking port is this right here. That's its primary docking port. The reason why is because when I go to launch, I need the tank or the shuttle. It could be either one. The tank is easier because of this, right? I'd prefer the tank to be the last thing that quote unquote touches the pad, right? Because primary and secondary docking ports, right? So if I undo the SRB, right, and switch its primary docking port to the one that attaches to the external tank, right? And then I take this one and do the same thing. So the SRB's primary docking port is up here. When I go to launch the vehicle, the game is understanding the SRBs being attached to the tank, not the SRBs being attached to the pad. All right, does it make sense? That basically gets the thing to launch as one unit. If I hung the external tank and the SRB's primary docking ports were right here, and I didn't have that docking port back there on the external tank would have a primary docking port here and a secondary over there. If I went to launch it in that configuration with pad to SRB, one SRB to external tank, right? We'd go to launch and an SRB in the external tank would take off by itself, and then a singular SRB would take off by itself, because this whole thing centers around primary and secondary docking ports. Kerbal can't have two docking ports that are equal in value just because of how the game logic is coded. So I have to fudge it, right? We have to fudge the damn thing. So you place the SRB down, attach it to the pad. Place the other one down, attach it to the pad. Make sure they're perfectly straight. Hang your external tank. Then undo the SRBs so the game understands that the solids are attached on their primary docking port to the tank. That'll make it, when it goes to fly, it'll launch in one contiguous unit. The other thing we're going to have to figure out is a way to attach the ground umbilical carrier plate before we hang the external tank, because I need the ET's primary docking port to be the GUP panel right here. It needs to be that. If it's not that, it's not going to work. I've been talking too much. I want to fly this thing. Let's go. All right, so let's do this test. I've revamped the struts on the external tank. I've revamped the struts to hopefully make it so this thing doesn't come apart at the seams when we go to launch it. Hey man, you're one of the few that pushes the base game to the limit. I probably applaud you doing these insane things without diving into always pushing to an install to fix a mechanical issue. A lot of the issues that I have are game logic oriented. Mods aren't going to fix that. I was thinking the other way, like with Edison's stuff. Oh, that'd be kind of cool too. Yeah, no, that'd be good. Is this something being taken into account with KSA? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. I do hope you at least talk to them about it. Brother, I don't know how much thicker I can lay this on without breaking an NDA. Use the noodle. Okie dokie? Come on. I can't tell you, all right? Like, bro, just, I don't know how much thicker I can say it, like, without actually saying it, all right? Let's just say I maybe am working on something like that. Maybe. Maybe not. Who knows? I don't know. I can't say. Let's launch our stack. Wait, what was the question? What are the minimums? What's the maximum takeoff weight of a 737 on a 6,000 nautical mile flight? Go, Shatter, go, quick. Depends. Oh, yeah, see? You're a pilot. Yeah, you fly. That's a very pilot answer, man. What's up, dude? How are you? With or without doors? Damn, man. All right, Bree, I got you. Is same vessel interaction needed on every single part to get things to not clip into each other? Methane, it's only on certain parts. It's only on the parts that I want to collide, right? Same vessel interaction only works when stuff's docked together. Right now, my SRBs are colliding with the pad. That's how it holds itself up. I have these rings down here that the SRB nozzle is sitting on. See them right there? Anyway, Shatter, how you doing, buddy? Everything good? So Drunar, what's up? Did you see when Dave and Fred Dirt Every Day took a front-wheel drive drivetrain and put it in the passenger seat of a CRV to power the front and back solid axles? I'd like to see that with Tesla motors. Drew, that's a really good idea. If I was going to do something crazy with a Tesla, I would do that. I would find like an old F-250, like my truck that's 4x4, take out the engine, take out the transmission. Where the transmission is, put the electric motor and have the electric motor right into your go right into the transfer case. I'd do that. That would be sick. Can you imagine? Drew, that wouldn't take much. You would need a custom adapter flange to adapt the output shaft of the electric motor to the transfer case, or the other thing to do would be like take the entire Tesla power pack unit and just put an entire Tesla K-member transverse in the center of a pickup truck, so the Tesla output shafts go to each drive shaft. How crazy would that actually, dude? That would be sick. I firmly believe, like, if you want to make a 4x4, that would be a sick way to do it. You know, the transverse or longitudinal electric motor going front and rear drive to solid front and rear axles. You do that and do what Oculux was saying a little bit earlier, right? And dude, even put an internal combustion engine there, and on the flywheel of the ICE, you put a generator and you slave that right into your electric motor, right? And then you make a gas electric hybrid that has infinite torque. Now that would be a sick freaking project. I would do that. I'd find an old 4x4 and do that. That would be insane. 30 years ago, you built a twin engine Mini. Nice. How's your day going? Better than yours, I hope? At least you have cars that continue to run reliably. I mean, Hokey, define reliable. You need a torque transfer coupling depending on the engine. Yeah, exactly. Why have a transfer case? Use the left and right motor for the front and rear. You could still do burnouts and or front. I don't know. I just think for an off-road vehicle, you'd need a lot of low-end torque, right? So why go reinventing the wheel, or in this case, the axle, right? Do that to a Jimny, a Suzuki Jimny. That would be insane. Luizo, can you imagine a Jimny doing four-wheel burnouts just... Like, that would, dude, all four wheels smoking. That would be awesome, dude. The little chimney. You know? Anyway, Hokey, my day is going pretty good. I think I've figured out a way to get this whole thing to work together, and that's what we're gonna do. So let's go here. Make sure that my left and right firing chain on the SRBs are locked out. Okay, left, right is locked out. Open up the SRB fueling controller. Go into our action groups. Hey, somebody gifted a sub to Shatter. And Hokey gifted 10 subs. All right. Shatter, anyway, you're doing good. I have to get back to sleep within the hour since I have to report back to work at midnight for a 10-hour duty day. Oh, gosh, man. I'm sorry. Well, here, hopefully I can lull you to sleep. Thrust limiter on double SRBs. Good to go. Hokey, thanks for the tenner, man. I appreciate it. Pardon me, I need the dopamine. All right, you're going to see it here. Watch. That Jimmy could crab walk too, right? Right? You could just... Oh, that'd be funny, dude. See last. What's up? What's on your mind? Problem of sending electric motor power into transmission and diffs is that there's a bunch of loss. You need to do a bunch of throttle mapping to not destroy everything. Edison ran into this. Yeah, you'd need like kind of a one-off controller mechanism. Actually, honestly, Aqualex, at that point, you know what I would do? I'd lift the fly-by-wire system out of the drive-by-wire system out of a Cybertruck and just use that. I would be doing that. Why reinvent the wheel? Just put a Cybertruck brain in an old truck. Why not, right? Anyway, dude, I could talk about that all day, but let's begin operations here. So we need to activate one, activate the other. Fueling has begun. Nice, Creeper. There you go. So right now we're filling the SRBs. I know that sounds ridiculous, but I can't transport my SRBs in segments and stack them. So we have a way to hack them to fill them up, and that's what we're doing. Jermaine, are you talking about the Nissan Formula E 100,000 RPM flywheel I just saw a YouTube video on? No, but that does sound cool. SRB fueling is complete. I need to undo these struts. There we go. Okay. Shut out the SRB fueling controller. We need to go back into our action groups again here. AG0. I need to set undock. Set undock. Set undock. Cool. And then we need to put the decoupler into the launch control group. There we go. We need to go down here. I need to unlock and demotorize that controller. Hopefully the ejection force of the decoupler will get this thing to shoot backwards. I don't think it did that last time, but maybe if we just give it a little bit of a... Just give it a little bit of a negative push. That should get it to at least back off. I basically spring-loaded it, which isn't that far off from how real decouplers work, if you really want to know. They real umbilicals, they spring-load them so they shoot back. Or it's on like a, think like a trebuchet. It's on something like that, only minus the shooting the umbilical off over as a piece of siege weaponry. It just drops a counterweight and pulls the umbilical back. Looks like you forgot the orbiter. No, this is the stealth one. Okay. Now, once again, in this test, our external tank is empty, but we're going to see if we can make the ascent. So, once again, let's run it down. What are our expectations for this test? Our expectations are at T0, we hit this thing. We hit the launch button, right? It'll default to a camera over here. I need to verify that my control point doesn't change. We need to be able to lift off, and I need the control point to be verified from the top of the external tank. Okay? After that, I need to roll this thing over 180 degrees, and we need to do an ascent, right? And then when we get to the right point in the flight, what I need to do is test SRB staging. If we can get to SRB staging, that would be very useful for me. What I need to verify at solid rocket booster separation, tail off and separation, is that 1, the thing doesn't rip itself apart. 2, we get a good separation, we get a good induced separation. And 3, at separation, I need control to stay onto the external tank. I don't want to separate an SRB and have the control default to a separated SRB. When I'm flying the thing with the space shuttle, that's going to be a little bit of a problem if we go to separate it and the shuttle just starts spinning out of control because I'm not controlling it. I need to maintain control on the external tank and the central part of the stack, so orbiter and ET, during SRB SEP to make sure that the orbiter doesn't crash, right? That's probably a good idea, right? With that all being said, I think we are good to go for the launch. The thing is pointed straight up. All right, let's do this. I'm gonna keep this camera down here, guys. It's gonna default to this view, but all right, here we go. You guys ready? Did we forget anything? We have not forgotten anything. Everything is sequenced. SRB firing chain is, yeah, there we go. SRB firing chain is armed. Boat is in the range. Don't care. Hopefully this crashes into it. That'll teach them a lesson. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hello? Hello? What broke? Oh, God. That's not great. Damn. Well. Well, what I can still do here is... No, we don't have any control. No control on the tank. The struts failed. The aft struts snapped. I watched them snap. I really, really, really kind of wish that this thing would be intact here. What I'm trying to see is how much of this is one piece. Nope, the external tank is split in half. Yeah, it's split in half. No, Muffin, yeah, that would have been a good idea. I verified it. It's split in half. Same problem, dude. Damn it. Yeah, she split. Why did it split? Well, the aft struts failed because the entire part of the entire same, it was the same problem as last time, guys, but it happened a little bit different. For whatever reason, it didn't separate completely. It just got hung up. I ran out of electrical charge. That's why it didn't go, because we didn't have enough EC to play the cow controller. It didn't, yeah. We once again successfully sequenced an ignition, but we ran out of EC, which is annoying, but whatever. The EC did not play a part. No, it only screwed with our ignition sequence. I don't know why the external tank doesn't want to stay together all of a sudden. It might be, guys, it very well could be because it's going too fast. The next test would be to test it with the ET. Yep, and the umbilical did exactly what we wanted. Cool. We got a good separation there on the gup. That was perfect. Pad seems fine. Yeah, this is reintegratable. Getting really good data on this, actually. Yeah, Luizo, I think with the external tank had no fuel in it that time, dude. She didn't have any fuel in her, and there's obviously no orbiter attached. I think with all that stuff attached, you're not going to encounter that type of dynamic pressure on the way up. Yeah, the trusses are my fake gup thing. I will put the service structure in here and make the gup work correctly, Drew. This is just, let's call it something that needs to be iterated on later. That's just a placeholder. It was just there to test a hierarchy. Because I don't want to sit here and engineer the entire gup, arm, and umbilical array and fix service structure and not have to not know if the thing works. Full dress for testing? Yeah, Red Dead, I think that might be what we need to do. A lot of G's due to the massive thrust to weight. Urban, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and guess that that's probably why that thing croaked. Yeah, what else could it be? That would actually, Urban, what that tells me is that one of the fairings on my external tank are not occluded. That's what that tells me, because they're creating drag. Either that, well, the end fairing's going to create drag, the end fairing in the hierarchy, so... Crap. With the fuel in the orbiter, it'll send more smoothly. I think so, dude, yeah. I got an idea. If you guys want to, well, Oh, there's my Puma upper stage. We call it the Puma G. You know, just in case anybody's wondering, it's the Puma G because, well, Centaur is made up after an imaginary animal, so is the Puma. Yeah. Is that like a warthog? No. Well, no, no, the Puma is an imaginary animal. No. Well, warthog is too long to say in conversation, son. All right, I know what we need to do. Give me a moment. Didn't I tell you to stop making up imaginary animals? Yes. 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 We don't need any of that. We don't need that. You don't need to worry about fuel cells. Nice. Okay, so if we're gonna do this, let's do this. You understand? Picking up what I'm laying down. But I ain't risking a Kerbal. So I got an idea. Some of you probably have already guessed what I'm doing. So if you have, just shh. Shh. Trust me on this one. It'll work. No, I don't like it. You don't like it? No, I don't like it. Better solution. Good enough. Said don't say anything, man, if you know. I don't want people on this thing. But we also need to make sure that it works. So instead of STS-1ing ourselves right now, this is what we're going to do. Good enough. What's wrong with Mach 10 ejector seats? Have you ever met Tim? Yeah, I know Tim, dude. Yeah, of course. Yeah, yeah. Where haven't I met him before? Yeah, I know Tim. Tim knows me. He's yeah. I don't talk to him all the time, but he's a pretty good dude. Termdod, this occasional Astro guy. That's good enough. You about to launch a shuttle? Well, this is the Shuttle C. I don't want to launch a shuttle with people on it because I don't know. I mean, Brian, we don't need the freaking thing coming apart at the seams with Kerbals on board. I have permadeath enabled in this save. Yeah, we have permadeath enabled here. So, yeah, we don't want that. We don't want that. So I made this is a cargo variant of the shuttle. This was actually something that actually was a thing. It's called Shuttle C. They were going to make it, and then they decided they didn't want to because they suck. There's, I think that's a good enough explanation. For how that all went down. That looks really silly. We should just go back to what we had, but also what we had also looked really stupid. Whatever. No fuel in there. I don't want that. Yay. Shuttle C, what was the issue? Didn't need it. Shifting budget priorities, whatever other bullcrap excuse that they would have came up with to stop us from being awesome in space. You know. Actually, now would be a good time to test if my orbiter aft attachment struts work too. Yeah, that would be a good time to test this. You know what? For this test, so we don't introduce too many variables, I'm just gonna... There we go. Okay. Oh. Actually, we don't really need the tail now, do we? Either. Get rid of that. We don't need that. Man, that thing looks goofy. Yeah, that looks so strange. That looks really weird. Show off how the center of mass versus center of thrust would be. How? There's a pad attached to it, man. Like... All right. Here we go. We test this and then we space news. Hey, Lava Eagle, how's the progress going? I see you're almost kind of done. What I decided to do as one of the big expectations for this project, at least initially, was to prove out that you actually can put a shuttle stack together without actually going and building all the gantry cranes and equipment that you need. I just built the pad because yeah, and now I'm honing in on... we're getting to final integration. I still have not necessarily figured out how we're going to put the shuttle on there, or how the shuttle integration is going to work, but we've gotten ET integration and external tank integration pretty much perfect, dude. Yeah, it's pretty much perfect. I thought engines returned to Earth. Not with the shuttle cargo variant, no. Not with the Shuttle C. They would have used it to expend old engines. Oh, she's dancing. Bro, that's so mint. Oh, this is going to be so cool if we get this right. Okay, let's get the Kerbal out here and roll.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Lig. I like the cha-cha. I like to do the cha-cha. ET and external tank integration, you say? Shut up, you know what I meant. Me like a do the cha-cha like a little girl. Just say the copy. Just say the copy. Pee pee. Do caca poo poo. An oldie but a goodie. KSP comes with RS-25s. Yep, yep. Do caca poo poo. Yeah, pee pee. Yeah, Tyler, I took the vertical stab off. It's cool. You're 57. You missed the shuttle launches. Shuttle launches are dope. Brian, that's what we're doing here. We are shuttle connoisseurs and aficionados. All right. It's like in Office Space when like, what do you like most about Michael Bolton? Well, I don't know. What's your favorite song? I guess I kind of like them all. You're gosh dang right. We celebrate the shuttle's entire catalog. All right. For my money, it doesn't get much better when you go do a Hubble service repair mission. All right. Like. Hey, watch out for your booster hole, bud. Hey Hans, what's going on? Sorry, gotta stretch my back, bros. Oh. You like the cut shots of that one? Yes! Yes! News! Will you do the pod racing thing on May the 4th? I don't know, maybe. Maybe. I'd think about it. We need the Kerbal to strut the whole thing together. That's you and the struts melded together. The problem with playing a Star Wars game on stream, guys, is that the music is all going to get claimed. That's what makes streaming May the 4th content is not fun. Take up putting off Space News until tomorrow. No, I want to do this test and then we'll do Space News, dude. Bob, you're chatting with dudes at work. I'm supposed to ask you about Hell Let Loose? I don't know what that is. That's weird. War game? It's alright? Oh. Realistic World War II game. Oh, neato. Burrito. Peanut butter and gumballs. Good combo. Alright, let's just... Heyo. Nice. Bro, that's so sick. Oh, that is so freaking cool. I'm sorry. I'm geeking out. That's really neat. This is really neat. I'm really happy seeing the whole stack together. That make me happy. Hold on. Oh no. Yeah, I didn't like that. How do we fix that problem? Let me switch over to the stack here real fast. Okay, so what I did was I root parted the body flap on the shuttle the root part is going down over to there, so that should make it so the shuttle wouldn't move around. The thing is, we're doing this integration out of order. We wouldn't have the orbiter attached right now when we hook all these struts up, but let's sit here and hope it doesn't freak out too much. Reset the vehicle. Actually, no, don't do that just yet. Okay. I hate that that thing bounces around so much, but the auto struts are holding it in position, so... Okay, you need to get away from here now. No, that's not getting away. What you're doing is jumping. Say apple. No. What you're doing is jumping. Okay, he can just chill there. Okay, now we're gonna go through stack procedures. Let's reset the stack. Okay. Fellas, I'm not sure this is going to work as good as we want it to with this, but ready? 1, 2. Okay. That worked. Yeah, this definitely should be done before the shuttle is attached. So, are all the pins in position? Okay. Ugh. I'm on fire. Nice. All the pins are still in position. Okay. All right. Let's disable the SRB firing chain controllers. Enable the fueling controllers. Yes, I know I said that. SRB fueling controllers. Okay. Fueling controller is on. Guys, people that have been following along with integration, do you think it might be a good idea to fill the solid rocket boosters before we put the shuttle on the side? I'm actually debating. I think that might be a good idea. Because look, as I fuel it, look, it's pointing back upright. Yeah, it'll help weigh the stack down. Fill them? Yeah, okay, cool. I think that's something we should definitely try. Yeah, it's something we should absolutely try in the future. Okay? SRBs are fully fueled. The next thing that we gotta do is, I need to select all the right tanks here. So we need FLTX 800, S3, S4 adapter, S4 128, and then we need the exact reciprocal of that. 1, 2, 3. That's the tanks that make up my ET. I'm trying to get this done here. Okay. Now we need to open up the fill and drain, which in this design, it's on the real shuttle, it's on the tail service mast umbilicals, but on this, because that's the root part of the stack, we need to enable cross feed on that, and then out. ET fueling has begun. We have started high fill. We are on high fill flow here. Man, this takes a lot less time than the SSTO did, didn't it? Also, I want to point out we're basically, we're about 95% simulation rate, which means the game is simulating all the physics basically in real time. It's really close. It's maybe like a half second, not even a half second, like a tenth of a second off. See how that's flashing green up there? If it's green, it means it's in real time, which I'm telling you, man, with the cranes here, the simulation will be a little bit less than that, but it's going to be, with this computer, it'll be close to real time, which is really impressive for this computer. Come on, baby, hold together. Bro, we haven't fully fueled the, like, it's not fully ready to go, but I just want to point out that we are fueling a shuttle stack on the pad with the expectation that this thing's going to launch. What is the largest PC hardware bottleneck that affects KSP physics performance? Torlev, KSP is designed to simulate physics of an individual vehicle on a single thread on your processor just because of how Unity works. That is a problem that they are addressing with KSA, but yeah, you're limited by your thread size, dude. Tank's fully fueled. Close off the fill and drain valve. Fill and drain valve purge is confirmed. All right. Re-enable the SRB firing chain. SRB firing chain is armed. Make sure we have freaking electrical this time. We do. All right, cool. Or sequencer is set right for the gimbal toggle actuators. Do we have our control point set? Can we set control point here at all? We have control point set. I need to make sure that action group 4 switches our control point. Control from here. Control point is set for proper separation. Good. AG9 is main engine shutdown if we make it that far. All right, cool. I need to go over here on the GUP, on our, well, fake GUP, unlock it. Set the torque limiter into a negative number. Set it to -15. All right. Thomas, you probably don't want to sit here. Yeah, you probably sit over here. All right, dudes. SAS is on. Here we go. So once again, what's our expectations for this test? The external tank stays together. We suspected, based off of what we saw from the last 2 tests, that the external tank is coming apart because the vehicle is accelerating too fast because it doesn't have a fully fueled tank and it didn't have a shuttle attached to it. I didn't want to attach a full orbiter this time, so I attached this thing. It's a Shuttle C. It's just a cargo variant, and it took me 2 seconds to make. But, yeah. Guys, with the orbiter, with the Shuttle C attached to it, expectation is orbit. I'll be honest with you. I have a theory. I think the external tank's still going to come apart, but hopefully it doesn't. All right, ready? Let me undo these struts. We don't want them there. Not that they were making that much of a difference. All right. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7. Go for main engine start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got to lift off. Okay. Everything's looking good here. Throttling down the main engines. For max Q. Max Q. Vehicle supersonic. Throttling back up. Go at throttle up. Thrust tailing off on the SRBs. We are standing by for a separation. We got a good separation. 103 converge. Onboard systems commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel. Aiming for precise targeted space for main engine cutoff. Stand by. Press the ATO. Pressing the ATO. Not that it matters, it's Shuttle C, but whatever. Stand by, press for MECO. We have MECO confirmed. 102 by 10, right on the money. Okay. Stand by. Main engine shutdown. Stand by for ET SEP. I mean, this isn't a space shuttle, so the control point is all screwed up. But if we go there, control from there, that should fix us. I mean, that control point was upside down. Actually, our control point needs to be on this aft SRB. There we go. That's the control point. And we're out of EC. Dudes, it did it. That did it. It friggin' worked. That did it, man. I don't have any power generation systems on this, so we ran out of EC, but we could, yeah, it did it. It started to go a little bit out of whack right before SRB separation. She started to slew a little bit. That's because the mass balance is off, because this is not a shuttle. It's just this thing. Probably would have been better to load some cargo into that thing. Guys, it is a little finicky. It's a little finicky. It doesn't like it. But also, oh yeah, one more bit of the puzzle. Sorry, excuse me. the other booster is too far away. It's not going to render it. That's a shame. Oh well. The SEP worked, dude. SEP was great, actually. Yeah, the game ate the other SRB, unfortunately. Oh, no, it's down there, but it's going to delete it in 3, 2, 1. There it is. Drogues? Drogue? Nope, not enough. I did not hit the return to scene button. Whatever. Yeah, that was a little bit of a steep ascent. Once again, we lofted because there's no shuttle attached to. There was no shuttle attached to it. I didn't hit the quit to main menu button, but all right. Dudes, that worked. That worked. It'll do it. It will do it. We need something else to strengthen that SRB connection because I was being very, very gentle with it. The SRBs were skitching around just a little bit, but it freaking worked. That's a big deal. That is a big freaking deal. Dude, it did it. It freaking did it. That actually exceeded all test flight objectives. Once again, we need to find a better way to hold those things together. I'm thinking an auto strut on the SRBs to root part would probably be a good idea. But yeah, it worked. Unfortunately, those are going to re-enter. They're both disposable, but let's go take a look at our pad. Can you gimbal lock the SSMEs downward for less slew at takeoff? Drew, the whole mass balance of that thing was completely out of whack because shuttle C. With the when the shuttle is there, it doesn't do that. It goes more up and less to the side. That, and you got to time it. I have to time it right with the thwang. I didn't time it exactly right, but yeah, dude, it. Brother, sorry, Ryan, sorry, Nightbot slapped you. Yeah, dude, it is. This is. Bro, it worked. Guys, I don't know about you. That proved that concept out. Like, if you've been following this closely, if you've been following this pretty close, yeah, that works. I don't see any particular issue here. Do you? What was this test for? Well, the guy was testing to make sure the whole pad drives correctly with the vehicle. The last couple of tests we did without a shuttle or anything attached to it. I just launched the shuttle C just because I didn't want to put an orbiter on board, but if we had put an orbiter on board, it would have made it. I've been testing to make sure that I can get the SRBs to separate. It default control to the shuttle stack. The shuttle stack doesn't fly apart during ignition and ascent into space. Making sure that when I get to SRB SEP and we separate them, that the control defaults to the orbiter. It did it. It did all of it. I just ticked every flight test objective there. Yeah, it did it, dude. It freaking did it. Holy freaking snot. That's freaking sick. We did damage some stuff on the pad. I'm not sure what exploded here. Oh. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of expected. Yeah, the SRB. So the reason why the shuttles, if you look at a shuttle's flame trench from the top down, it looks like this. The SRB tracks are rectangles. If you want to understand why, It's because, well, when the whole shuttle launches, it slews slightly that way off the pad because of the shuttle engines. It's going to push it slightly sideways. So if you look, I added this open area right here because whatever gets put under there is going to get destroyed. And it turns out that my alignment rings, which honestly, I don't even use these for this rocket. These are for the Freedom rocket. The alignment rings got obliterated by the SRBs. I'm actually really happy it didn't obliterate the structural ring, because then the entire pad would have disintegrated. So Crow, what exploded? See these things right here? The 650 I-beam and the triangle? There should be a triangle there, and on this one over here, there should be a 650 and the triangle. The SRBs obliterated them. But that's what shuttle flame trenches look like, dude. They leave that area open on purpose because whatever's down there is going to get obliterated. Not that picture. It's this one. See, that's the Slick 6 pad. See how there's nothing over here? There's nothing right there but flame trench. There's a good reason for that. Because whatever you put over there is going to get obliterated. It will get annihilated by the solid rocket booster. Those things are powerful. They got a pretty good punch. Is that dude taking a nap? That open spot in the flame trench is where the nylon water bags go. Yeah, they even have the connectors here. Yeah, the permeable layer, Drew. Yeah, right here. Straight up. Dudes, I can't believe we just did that. I can't believe it worked. I thought it would have came apart at the seams, to be honest. And it looks like it did. So it looks like it was trying to. The SRBs were all... They were all cattywampus there for a second. But yeah, slight damage to the pad. That's no problem. That's easy to fix. I would argue we probably don't even need them. Yeah, the shuttle's flame trench Coltech had a permeable nylon water bag here. There's a permeable layer to help the sound suppressor. It kind of... It's hard to explain. There's something there. There's a nylon bag down there, like a water bag down there, to help with the sound suppressor. Yeah. Can you add grid fins to the SRBs? No. No, I'm good. Guys, this works. This thing freaking works, dude. I can't believe that. I can't believe it freaking worked. Dude, that is something that we put together with Kerbal construction outside of the VAB. That's no joke. Like the water bag used to dampen AT-4s when shot from inside buildings. Yes, pretty much. You learned about the water bags from CSI Starbase. Yeah. You can... that's what was happening before, Weather Guy. That's what we didn't want. Give me one moment. Here. We will cap off today with this. The water bags are down there. Oh. Also, this gets loud. That's the ground umbilical carrier plate right there. The water bags are down here.
15, 13, 12, 11, 10. You're good for main engine start. 8.
Yep, that's doing it for me. Yep, I like that. That's pretty good. Bruh. Good roll. Good roll on the space shuttle. Yep, that's it, dude. The water bag's down there. You can really see them. You can see them when the SRBs go off. See them down there? They're getting destroyed, but they're there. Oh, yeah, that we'll be doing that soon. Yeah, okay, so feedback on that last test, the only thing that really threw that thing out of whack there was the fact that I didn't have an orbiter on the side. If we had an orbiter on the side, everything would have been fine. The orbiter and crew would have made it in space. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm totally satisfied with that. The SRBs were skitching around, and I guarantee you if I use the joystick to fly, if I had done something like this really, really fast, it would have came apart. I'm pretty sure we got lucky there. I would like to prove this out. We need to prove it out that it works. Yeah, say, do we have smoke plumes? I don't know. That clip is actually going to be one of your test patterns when you build your home theater. Yeah. Sox win. Yes. When SLS launches, will you have the same feeling as the shuttle? Yes. Mm-hmm. In whack, is it not coming apart, Bob? Do I need to show you what it did before? Show you what it did before? No, that was echoes there. Here, look. Watch. Yeah, see, that's what it did before. I don't... Watch. Yeah, see that? That's not good. That's out of whack. In whack is what you just saw. Yeah, that's not great. This is great. Can I want to see this real quick before we start space news. Not that they were making that much of a difference. All right. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7. Go for main engine start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got a lift off. Look at that. See that? Okay. Everything's looking good here. Throttling down the main engines. I hate the sound of my voice. For max Q. Watch. I induce a wiggle right there on purpose just to see. Bro, that looks freaking excellent, man. That's perfect. Same, I hate it too. Thanks. Max Q. Vehicle supersonic. Dude, that works. Throttling back up. Go at throttle up. Yeah, sometimes that happens, Jackal. Thrust tailing off on the SRBs. We are standing by for a separation. Yeah, it started to get out of whack there just at the end, but other than that, she worked just fine. We got a good separation. 103 converge. Onboard systems commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel. Aiming for a precise target in space for main engine cutoff. Yeah, very nice. Really nice. You plan to tow the SRBs back to shore and reintegrate them? If I can get them to land, Dino. That lofted trajectory, it didn't like that. I gotta see if I can recover both of them. I think I have a way to do it, but we'll check down the road. Cal controller the chutes. You don't need to. Just arming the chutes would be right. The problem is I put the chutes inside of a fairing.
Stand by. Press the ATO.
We would need to redesign some of the SRB forward segment so
Pressing the ATO.
The chutes
Not
aren't.
that it matters. It's shuttle C, but whatever.
Shut up. Shut up. This worked great. We would need to redesign some of the chutes, or redesign the SRB forward segment to not have the chutes inside of the fairing, because those things are designed to deploy the nose cone, drogue, and then plop the main chutes out of the forward segment, which is how the real one works. We're not doing that. I'm not going to do that. We're going to have to redesign the SRBs just a little bit. Can I watch that thing fly one more time? Yeah, I just wanted to, just give me a second here. Give me a second. I just need to.
7. Go for main engine start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got a lift off.
That's awesome, dude. That's so cool. Oh my goodness. That's fantastic.
Okay. Everything's looking good here. Throttling down the main engines. For max Q.
Dude, that works. It is still moving around. Watch. See the movement on the SRB right there? Some auto strut action here should probably fix that. Like, for instance, if we took this, that docking port, and set that to root part, right now it's reading the root part as the top of the external tank. So that would be like running a strut up to the top from there to there. That would be good on top of having these struts here. Yeah, Kenwa, I got it. Yeah, we got it. I want to watch the gup separation just to make sure. Oh yeah. Yeah, it did it. It was fine. That was perfect. Holy crap, dude. Wow. That's sick. That's really cool. Why is it so wobbly? Something that predominant. I guess I don't know. The best way I can describe it is that the struts that are set by Kerbals in Kerbal construction don't seem to be as strong as the struts that you place in the editor, and I'm not 100% sure why. I think the angle the engines on the shuttle push it forward off the pad. The real one does that, bro. Yep. Yeah, no, guys, this was a little bit exaggerated because the mass balance is wrong. But once again, the real shuttle does that. Yeah, it slews sideways. That's absolutely normal. Dude, that was a little nerve-wracking. I was more nervous during that than I am during watching like actual rockets launch, because this is my design. If this doesn't work, it blows up in my face. It's my fault. You know, it's a lot easier when you're watching somebody else's rocket launch, you know? And that's why I always say, like, when we, you know, if we see a company screw up or something, like, dude, don't hold it to them. This stuff is difficult, man. You at least give them a chance to get it right. But, dude, look at that. Oh, my goodness. Have you just tried doing the struts directly on the booster and tank instead of on those little blocks? Yeah, that did not prove fruitful. It didn't like it. But then again, you know, we're kind of inconclusive because yeah, we may have stressed the external tank out, but dudes, we did it. I think at the very least, we've proven pretty damn conclusively that there is absolutely promise in making a a fully reusable orbiter and a, you know, a shuttle stack. Like, yeah, that's doable. All you guys want is to have 3 of me on the screen. I'm flattered, but the SpaceX people's is launching. You gonna get green button the boosters or recover those too? No, I want to develop a flight profile that gets at least one of them back a flight grab. That'd be pretty cool. The only problem is that if we get one back, we have to go out there and get the stupid thing. That's going to take time. I might just prove that the boosters are reusable and go from there, at least as an initial capability. But, yeah, dude. Where do we go from here? Well, guys, I was trying to go incrementally to building the stack, like getting the SRBs, the tank, etc., etc. I kind of skipped a couple of steps in my incremental process there because we had to get the thing to work correctly. Turns out the shuttle stack doesn't fly too well without a shuttle attached to it. So, okay, that makes sense. So what's
This
dog?
is space. I'm in space.
Hey, thanks for the 5 subs, man. What's the next objective? Doing this with the crane would probably be the next thing to figure out. I think I proved that there's viability in doing this. There's absolutely viability doing this way. Yeah, it's absolutely a thing. We can make this. Yeah. Brian, when you were in 8th grade, all of us watched what happened with Challenger. That was tough because the crew was awesome. Yeah, I know, man. That sucks. Yeah, that was not fun. I'm trying to not do that. Trying to actually make the thing fly and get into space and come back down and then reuse it, because that's, you know, that would probably be a smart thing to do. Would payload make a difference? Throw it off? No. Not on my stack, Bob. The shuttle has a couple of tricks up its sleeve to be able to fly with whatever in the payload bay. The mass differential and the problems that we encountered during that ascent, I am 100% sure was because I didn't have the shuttle with all the crew tanks and all the panels attached for my thermal protection system and the wings and the stabilizer. Yeah, that is enough to throw it off. Vandenberg launch in 6 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, I'm quitting out of Kerbal. We're going to switch over to Space News now. Dude, we did it. We freaking did it. Yeah, that proved. So let me put it to you like this, guys. For part 6, yeah, we got to build the integration buildings. This pretty much proved that this is a viable thing, that it's doable. The only what if at this point is the shuttle stack, or the orbiter itself, getting the orbiter to attach to the stack. That's the only like thing that where I'm like, okay, we got to figure that one out. I don't know how we're going to do that, but yeah, that's it, dude. That's the only thing. That's all. Can we do shuttle Centaur? Can we do the shuttle Centaur in mission mode? I mean, Sea Kraken, yeah, yes, we could. I have to build an OPF, right? Actually, the Centaur G would not be integrated in the OPF. It would have used the rotating service structure or the payload changeout room if they did it at Vandenberg. No, Centaurs cannot be horizontally integrated because balloon tanks. So we would have to build the payload changeout room, the PCR, or at least an amalgam of it, which, yeah, I could do that. Yeah, we could do that. That's no problem. Yeah, dude, we could do that. Holy balls. We could absolutely do that. Thanks, Jib. I request we do Artemis, but with the whole STS. You want me to make Gateway with the shuttle, don't you, Aqualux? And then plop Orion on it and send it to low lunar. Well, Bob, here's the thing, dude. If I build it, okay, look, I'm not trying to say that we could make a pad to launch Shuttle C, Direct, SLS, Ares 1, all integrated into one pad system, but yeah, we could absolutely do that. I can build SLS-style vehicles here. I'd have to modify the flame trenches a little bit. But yeah, we could do that. Why wouldn't we? Why couldn't we? We could do it. It's the same load path. Well, all my crap is packed to move tomorrow. You start Monday. That's awesome, Sawyer. What a cool time to get down to the Space Coast, man. Just in time for Artemis 2. Are you taking the truck, dude? Tell me you're taking the truck, brother. I mean, Centaur via shuttle with Orion to the moon. Oh, we could do that. I could put my Taurus capsule in the shuttle payload bay. Sure. Yeah, we could do the whole STS program. Oh yeah, I can get that done. Yeah, we could get it done. Fellas, I'm gonna jog the VOD for this Vandenberg Falcon 9 launch, and yeah. I'm actually like flabbergasted that worked that well. But yeah, I got minute 47 till the launch. So I'm going to jog the VOD over to Space News on the YouTube side of things. Yeah, just a quick momentary loss of signal on Twitch. Just stay here. I'll be back in a second. Stand by for Space News.